Hi, everybody. Welcome as we get set for baseball on a Sunday. It is the 22nd day of October. And we're at South Walton High School, Santa Rosa Beach. Day number 2 of fall ball. It is grounded over to third by Eric Baker, fielded by Gage Goss. And Baker is out number 1. Well, you do so many baseball games that the start of the game is delayed because the umpires are a little slow getting here. They were right on time, so them being right on time kind of threw me behind schedule a little bit. But we are ready to get your baseball underway on a good-looking day. It's cloudy. As a matter of fact, there was a few puddles of water, which would indicate that sometime during the night or morning there was a little precipitation. But that has taken a hike, and we got plenty of sunshine and your baseball underway. Another opportunity for Goss at third. Hops out of the mitt, but right back in. However, the throw over to first not quite in time, and Adam Champagne on compliments of the E5. It was just that little bobble that allows him to get aboard. UBO East and 5-star Gulf Coast. Hi, everybody. Robert Williamson set to bring the coverage. One more week of fall ball. It happens in a couple of weeks in Mississippi. Today in Florida. Punt laid down by Connor Campbell. Out to get it is Calvin Howard from behind the plate. Fires over to first. He'll get Campbell on the 2-3 put out. It does move Champagne into scoring position, but he's there with 2 gone. Well, we better at least get the offense set for you. UBO East, one hitter is Eric Baker. He grounded into the 5-3. Adam Champagne, who's at second and reached on an error, batting in the 2 spot. Connor Campbell, who just laid down the sacrifice, is the 3 hitter. Guy at the plate is Caleb Chatham, who is the 4 guy. 5 hitter Ethan Seals. Colton Demon batting 6th. 7 hitter is Braden Demon. And able to go over and get it and register the out at third. A busy first for third baseman Gage Goss. But successful on 2 out of the 3. The one that he wasn't didn't hurt him. We will go to the bottom of the first, and we'll eventually introduce you to all of the UBO East and the defense for 5-star. But first, we break. To watch a baseball game here. Swing. It is 1-2. There. Eli Snelson in center field. Christian Corona is the right fielder. Go to the bottom part of the inning. Colton Wood has recovered. Bring Hankins, Stevenson, and Brown to the plate. All batting 9th. Christian Mincy is the 10 guy. And first, though. And we're talking about the second innings. Zach Munger. Swing and miss. Brewer. Got a base runner on, nobody gone. Same on Saturday, and 3 again tomorrow. Leading off the third. 2-2 pitch on the outside part where will be the weekend of Mobile as Lambert. Bryce Eddington, a teammate on that Bishop State squad, is due up. Christian Early will hit 9th. And We get the bottom of the first underway. Dylan Spencer will start it off. C.J. Harris batting in the 2 spot. Jackson Ross is the 3 guy. Connor McCann is batting 4th. Charlie Barones in the 5 spot. Maddox Bean hits 6th. Liam Adams is the 7 hitter. Calvin Howard batting 8th. Connor Pendergrass, the 9 guy, and Gage Goss in the 10 hole. All facing Jordan Hawkins on the hill, as the pitch is just a little bit outside to Spencer. Behind the plate, Eric Baker for UBO East. At first, Ethan Seals. The second baseman is Braden Demon. And you've already got an out, the strikeout of Dylan Spencer. 1 away for C.J. Harris. Shortstop, Adam Champagne, and the third, Bobby Lupola. Got an outfield of Caleb Chatham in left, center fielder Connor Campbell, and the right fielder is Colton Demon. There's a swing and a miss by C.J. Harris. Jackson Ross to the on-deck circle. Top part of the inning goes quickly and quietly. Adam Champagne reached on the error, but otherwise it was 3 up, 3 down. Jackson Ross awaiting his opportunity next, fouled off to the third base side by C.J. Harris. I was trying to decipher my writing. I went down literally as the team was walking onto the field for 5-star, getting first names. And thought, well, I can scribble and remember what my scribbling was referencing. And then I forgot how old I am, and that my rememberer doesn't work particularly well. As you got back-to-back Ks of Harris and Spencer. So heck, I may have to make another trip down to the dugout and go, okay, who did you say so-and-so was? But I think I've got enough scratched in to give you first names. This is Jackson Ross. And he will send that one foul. I think this is our 3rd trip to South Walton this year, one of which was unplanned. It's supposed to be a tournament over at Northwest Florida State, and Mama Nature said, you know what, guys, why don't you go a little bit east, play some baseball at South Walton? So we said, yes, ma'am. And moved over here. That was during that summer of baseball. A little bit outside with a pitch to Jackson Ross, Connor McCann to the on-deck circle. Ethan Seals, Colton Demon, Braden Demon. When you get to the top of the second for UBO East. Two gone as Ross awaits Connor McCann. That pitch is a little bit outside. Boy, I'm hearing a little audio that sounded like somebody breathing in my mic. There's only 2 mics on. One is on me, one is sitting in front of me. So I'm looking at it. And then I'm thinking, you know, it is October. Got Halloween coming up. Maybe some funky stuff. Pass Champagne. That will find its way into left center field, and on his way towards third is Ross. The throw, it won't be there. And Ross will wind up all the way at third, compliments of the Champagne error. So 2 gone and a base runner at third. And the speakers are on, so that's why I'm hearing extra stuff, Daniel. Speakers in the house. Yeah. It is Daniel's speakers that we are hearing. Lifted into foul territory and out of play. Well, let's see if our fans still hear us. Do you still hear us out in the stands? Nope, apparently not. So we're good to go, I'm thinking. You can hear. Oh, you do hear me. All right, so this is high-tech stuff, right? And that's what's creating some issues. There is a throw back to the plate, but able to get in safely underneath the tag is Jackson Ross. All right, we think we've got all issues solved up here in the box. As this one is sent by Charlie Barones. Over to second, and 4-3 goes the put-out. McCann, who got on for the single, is left on. And we played one, and the lead is one. We go to the top of the second. UBO East coming to bat. Here's the payoff. Got the inside going. Strike three on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing. And we head to the top of the second. Ethan Seals starting it off. Colton Demon and Braden Demon, 2 up in the inning, 2. 1-zip ball game, 5-star. Planting a run in the bottom of the first. That was very interesting, Daniel Ballard. Daniel, the tournament director here. I knew I heard something that just didn't make any sense to me because I've got a couple of mics hooked up. Well, we were actually doing a little broadcasting to the folks here in the stands as well. They were getting more than their money's worth. Right? They probably were going, hey, give me my money back if I'm going to have to sit and listen to this guy for a ball game. Ethan Seals getting on. But we've got all the issues resolved, we think. I'm looking into the stands and seeing if I see eyes looking this way. Now I'm on the edge of my seat. Base runner aboard, Colton Demon to the plate. 5-star, getting a run in the bottom part of the first. Jackson Ross reaches on the error and eventually comes in on the wild pitch, makes it a 1-zip ball game. We never got through with completely getting you the UBO East offensive lineup, nor did we take a look at the defense for 5-star because of a quick top part of the first, so let's do that. I think we stopped at the 5 spot. Ethan Seals batting 5th. He's the guy at the plate batting 1st in the second. Colton Demon 6th, Braden Demon 7th. Bobby Lupola is the 8-hitter. Jordan Hawkins batting 9th, and Carter Campbell is the 10 guy. Connor McCann getting the start on the bump for 5-star Gulf Coast. There's a good look at the 5-star pitcher. His battery mate is Calvin Howard. First baseman Jackson Ross at second, Liam Adams. Shortstop C.J. Harris, and the third baseman Gage Goss. Got an outfield of Maddox Bean in left, center fielder Dylan Spencer, and Connor Pendergrast is in right. Tying run on top of the second. Inside with a pitch, base hit and a walk, and a couple of base runners on for UBO East. And that'll bring Braden Demon to the plate. Well, I firmly believe the way technology is that one day people sitting in the stands will have the ability, if they want to hear the play-by-play guy in the press box, to just, put their earbuds in and log into some frequency. So maybe we were ahead of our time today. Fouled back to the screen by Demon. Bobby Lupola moving to the on-deck circle. Well, the other thing we did do is got some publicity into the stands. The game is being streamed on JockJive and YouTube. And now Coach coming out to have a conversation with Connor McCann. Got a couple of base runners on, nobody gone. Top of the second, 1-run plates in the bottom of the first. And 5-star takes the 1-zip lead, but UBO threatening to at least tie the game, maybe take the lead with a couple of base runners on here in the top of the second. Relatively similar numbers very early in this one. UBO East left a base runner on, and 5-star committed an error. 5-star leaves a runner on, and UBO East commits an error. But, of course, that major difference, the run that plated 5-star on the board. Throw to second, that might have got him. It did. The lead runner is out. Ethan Seals tries to dive back and can't get there in time. Picked off at second for out number 1. That is a big out in UBO East's plans to try to play the run. That is popped up on the infield, and coming in at second is Liam Adams to make the catch. Braden Demon out number 2. And literally one pitch and one pickoff, and the complexion of the game changes quickly. UBO East with an opportunity to tie it up or take the lead. Still can do that, but now got to do it with 2 gone. As this one has popped up, foul territory. Trying to get over to make the catch, first baseman Jackson Ross. But it will drop, and the at-bat for Bobby Lupola continues. Well, let me say happy anniversary, by the way, to my wife. She and I celebrating today, so you know that she's quite all right if I'm calling 5 games of baseball when we're celebrating an anniversary. So happy anniversary to Kim. 2 gone, 1 aboard. Bobby Lupola trying to move over Colton Demon. Inside with a pitch, Jordan Hawkins to the on-deck circle. Bean, Adams, and Howard. And it's Maddox, Liam, and Calvin all coming to the plate when we get to the bottom part of inning number 2. Rolled foul in the direction of third. Outside with the pitch to Bobby Lupola. Game number 1 of 5 games today. And, of course, you can go to the Showcase Series app, download it, see what happened yesterday and what's happening today. As that one is sliced foul over towards first base and beyond. And the count 3-2 on Lupola. Yesterday a 5-game Saturday, and today a 5-game Sunday. By the way, your coverage not only available on the website, that got the inside part of the plate. And out goes Lupola. But you can watch the games on YouTube too, as we head to the bottom of the second in a 1-zip game. Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing. Well, there you see the locations of, not all, some, just showing the expansiveness of the Showcase Series this past summer. And I have a feeling when we get the graphic for the upcoming year, we'll cover even more ground into left field. That'll lead off Maddox being single. And a base runner aboard for 5-star. That'll bring Liam Adams to the plate. Calvin Howard moves to the on-deck circle. Runner goes. Bean on his way to second, and he'll get in safely with a stolen base. So 5-star looking to double up the lead. 1-zip currently, looking to make it 2-0 soon. Got a base runner in scoring position for Liam Adams, an RBI opportunity for the 5-star Gulf Coast second baseman. Jordan Hawkins getting his second inning of work in. Hawkins has given up a couple of base hits, struck out 2, as a matter of fact, began the ball game with back-to-back Ks of Spencer and Harris. That is into right field, base hit for Bean. Make that Adams, and Bean will make his way to third. So back-to-back base hits, couple of base runners on. They are on the corners, nobody gone, and Calvin Howard coming to the plate. That will roll away from Baker. It allows Adams to get to second, so a couple of base runners in scoring position, a pair of RBI chances now for Calvin Howard. Connor Pendergrass to the on-deck circle. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, thank you very much. As that one is delivered into left field, and then it will ricochet off of the mitt of Caleb Chatham. Bean and Adams both come in on the single from Calvin Howard, and 5-star building the lead to 3. So 2 RBIs on the Howard single. And Connor Pendergrass coming to the plate. Gage Goss to the on-deck circle. Hawkins, Campbell, and Baker, 9, 10, and 1 in the order for UBO East when you get to the top of the third. All the things that are typically in place for a Showcase Series game in place for this one. Your 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. Your mercy rules. And the fact that you can leave the game tied up. Only time that is significant in Showcase Series ball is to decide a champion in a championship game. And don't have a championship game per se this weekend, as that is fouled away by Pendergrass. Gage Goss on deck. Good crowd on him. I got here just a few minutes after 7 o'clock, and there were already folks making their way to the diamond. There's another base ramp. Pendergrass delivering into left field. And back-to-back base hits. Have a couple of base runners on, and obviously 2 in this inning. And Gage Goss comes to the plate. Top of the order, moving to the on-deck circle. But I mentioned YouTube. Yeah, games available on YouTube as well. And we'd love to have you as a subscriber to our YouTube channel. Put JockJive Sports Live in the search engine. Got a feeling if you put JockJive in there, that's probably sufficient. But if you want to get precise, JockJive Sports Live. And, of course, when you subscribe, you get access to the links in advance, those alerts that tell you the game's coming up. Those alerts that tell you that the game coverage is underway. So it is beneficial beyond just, hey, showing up and watching some games on YouTube. Gage Goss with a couple of base runners on, nobody gone. Here in the bottom of the second. Ground of the pitcher, and no throw coming from Hawkins. I don't know if he thought Lupola was not going to get there in time to bring in the toss, but didn't make a throw. The bases are loaded and nobody's gone, and we've talked about it plenty of times. You know the odds. It's not a guarantee, but the odds are if you get the bases loaded and nobody gone, you've got at least another run in. And the bases are loaded as Dylan Spencer comes to the plate. Back to the top of the order. Spencer 0 for 1, struck out in the first. Back to the plate here in the second. C.J. Harris to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit outside with the offering. Jordan Hawkins, Carter Campbell, Eric Baker. When you get to the top of the third for UBO East. A couple of strikes on Spencer. Bases packed, nobody gone. Bottom of the second, 3-zip ball game. Jordan Hawkins trying to get out of a big mess. And out will go Spencer. Throw down to third, designed to pick off Howard. Instead winds up in left field, and that will bring in Howard. Spencer strikes out for out number 1, but Howard's in for run number 4. Pendergrass and Goss move up. And it's a 4-zip game. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate to Harris. Harris and Spencer account for all 3 of Jordan Hawkins' Ks. He's gotten Spencer twice, Harris once, facing Harris again here in the bottom of the second. And if you're already worried about time limit, we're 34 minutes in. So obviously not a big issue yet. Chances are we don't go 7, by the way. Most of these 1 hour, 50-minute games wrap up, say maybe in the 5th. Hit to third, fielded there by Lupola. Goes over to first with a throw. It's not there in time. Did get it out, but did get a run. Pendergrass will score. And Harris will ground into the unassisted put out at third. That gets Goss. And there's 2 gone in a 5-zip game. Base runner at first for Jackson Ross. Connor McCann's on deck. Pops it up on the infield. Lupola backing up at third, makes the catch. And Ross will fly out for out number 3, but 4 runs plate. And a 1-zip ball game going into the bottom of the second turns into a 5-zip game headed to the top of the third.
That's hit well. Finds the gap, hits, rolls off.
Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got to. There's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just 1. That is socked into. Runner takes off. Well, we come back to the bottom of the second. My apologies. Apparently one of the, what I thought was an out previously, was not an out. And you've got two gone then with a fly out by Ross. And this is Connor McCann coming to the plate. Well, we might as well get all the bugs out in the first game. You know, we got four more. I'm sure they will go absolutely perfect from my perspective. I mean, I've done 10,000 games, and I don't think I've done a single one of the 10 without an error or a miscue. But somewhere along the line, and I'm not sure who I missed. I'm going to have to take a look. That is Goss. So apparently, when we thought Harris had ground out to third, he had not. And you got a couple of base runners on. Harris and Goss. And hit by the pitch is McCann. He'll go down to first. And it is loaded again. And a runner coming in for the pitcher as a courtesy. McCann being replaced by the last guy that made it out, Jackson Ross. We, by the way, still in the bottom part of the second. Charlie Barones with the bases loaded. Fouled back to the screen by Barones. Maddox Bean to the on-deck circle. Well, I think there's two gone. I think it is a 5-zip game. I know the bases are loaded. And I'm pretty certain we're in the bottom part of the second. And I'm going to attribute it again all to October and the fact that we are, what, 9 days removed from Halloween? I mean, it's as good of an excuse as I can come up with at the moment. Popped up, backtracking onto the grass. That is Champagne. He'll make the catch, and that puts an end to the inning. I'm making sure. Yep. Got 5-star going to the dugout, picking up the gloves. Got UBO East going to the dugout, picking up the bats. That's a pretty good sign. We're headed to the third.
Part of the third. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. Yes, that is a good-looking pitch. Got the inside. Swing and miss. Brian Raskol.
Top of the third, out goes Jordan Hawkins. One away on the strikeout. That is K number 2, and they come back to back for McCann. Got Napola in the second. Gets Hawkins to begin the third. Carter Campbell coming to the plate. Top of the order, Eric Baker moving to the on-deck circle. A 5-hit, 4-run second inning. As a matter of fact, all 10 Gulf Coast players, hitters, got an opportunity to go to the plate in the bottom of the second. Four of them scored, 3 were left on, 3 went down. Carter Campbell getting his first at-bat of the ball game. Here 43 minutes into the contest. And we'll foul that one back. Well, I mentioned a good-looking day here in Santa Rosa Beach. 72 degrees, should warm to 80 as that one gets out of play. Not supposed to have any precip today. Let's hope that's accurate. Says there's been none in the last 24 hours. Well, then somebody brought out the garden hose this morning, because there was water in the intersections and water in the low spots. As out goes Campbell. And Connor McCann with 3 Ks in a row. Top of the order, Eric Baker coming to the plate. Got west-northwest winds at 5 with gusts to 9. Feels like 72. As that one is sent to second, fielded there by Adams. Goes to first, gets Baker on the 4-3. 3 up, 3 down. Top of the third, we head to the bottom of the inning. It is 5-star by 5. Ever to watch a baseball game here. Swing. It is 1-2. There. Eli Snelson in center field. Christian Corona is the right fielder. Go to the bottom part of the inning. Colton Wood has recovered. Bring Hankins, Stevenson, and Brown to the plate. All batting ninth. Christian Mincy is the 10 guy. And first, though. And we're talking about the second innings. Zach Munger. Swing and miss. Brewer. Got a base runner on, nobody gone. Same on Saturday, and 3 again tomorrow. Leading off the third. 2-2 pitch on the outside part where will be the weekend of Mobile as Lambert. Bryce Eddington, a teammate on that Bishop State squad, is due up. Christian Early will hit 9th. Top of the third gets underway. Maddox Bean will start it off. As this one is popped up, shallow right field, back onto the grass to make the catch. That is Braden Demon. Well, check that. Demon is now at third with Lopola moving to the mound. And from this vantage point, a little difficult to see the numbers on the new second baseman. Nonetheless, it is a Bean fly out to second for out number one. As we get the bottom of the third underway. First pitch. That'll find its way into right field. And I am thumbing through my notes to see if I can tell you who that is. I think that is Heron is the last name. Pinch hitting for Adams. Hayden. Caden Heron. Won't be a throw over to first by Lupola. And Howard will get on. Or at least the throw gets there late. Howard the catcher on. And a couple of base runners aboard. Heron in second. And Howard's runner is at first. Throw to second, Heron able to get back safely. And that was the prior out now that is running for Howard at first, Bean. So on away with a couple of base runners on. Connor Pendergrass to win a single and scored a run in the second inning, coming to the plate here in the third. Outside with the offering to Pendergrass. Gage Goss to the on-deck circle. Well, another busy week for us here on JockJive. Let's see, we've got this week volleyball, football, and a lot of it. Last week we mixed in some cross country for the Gulf South Conference. Pendergrass with a swing and miss. I guess it's always best to pull out the Google Calendar and give you specifics instead of trying to rely on my feeble mind. As that will hop into left field. Over the mid of Demon. Heron motoring his way home. He'll score. And Pendergrass has delivered with an RBI single. Bean will go to second. Second base hit of the game for Pendergrass. Makes it a 6-zip game with still a couple of base runners at first and second. For the 10-hitter, Gage Goss. Thursday volleyball, Coastal South and Gulf Coast State. Friday football, Bayside Academy and Satsuma. And we're working with the Great American Rivalries, male versus manual in Louisville, Kentucky on Friday. Saturday, George Military College football against Sussex County. Got Edward Waters football in South Carolina against Allen University. Also producing a couple of games on ESPN Plus for the SIAC, Kentucky State and Morehouse, Benedict and Savannah State. And that's all the stuff we're involved with this week hit the second. Stepping on the bag and misfiring over at first. Got it out and then gets a run in. Bean will score on the Connor Campbell miscue at second. Did get the out of Pendergrass. And there's 2 gone as we're back to the top of the order in a 7-zip game. Top of the order, Dylan Spencer, who has struck out twice in the first and second. C.J. Harris to the on-deck circle. Got 2, 3, and 4 coming to the plate. UBO East has Adam Champagne, Connor Campbell, and Caleb Chatham in the top of the 4th. Chop back to Lampola. He'll whip it over to first. And gets the out of Spencer on the 1-3. A runner is stranded. We head to the 4th. Big lead for 5-star. Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the cake. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing and... On to begin the 4th is Adam Champagne for UBO East. That is the second base hit of the ball game for UBO. And Connor Campbell will come to the plate. Connor McCann getting his 4th inning of work in for 5-star. And only given up a single base hit prior, but the base hit for Champagne doubles the total as Campbell, through ground into the 2-3, 0 for 1 in the game, steps in. little bit outside with a pitch to Connor Campbell. Caleb Chatham moving to the on-deck circle. Got Daniel Ballard out investigating whether it is a 7 or an 8-zip lead for 5-star. Little too tall with the toss. Stolen base for Champaign. And he winds up at second in scoring position. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Campbell. I was talking about the fact that the forecast says no rain for 10 days. The oddity about that same weather app that says no rain for 10 days says there is a slight chance at some point during the week. Strikeout of Connor Campbell. And McCann will pick up his 4th of the game. 1 gone for Caleb Chatham. UBO East trying to get rid of that goose egg. Get a run here in the top part of the 4th. On the inside part of the plate to Chatham. Chatham with a fly out to left field in the 1st. He is 0 for 1 in the ballgame. Ethan Seals moving to the on-deck circle. Ground to third. Trying to backhand it there is Goss. Won't be able to make the play, and a base runner on Chatham. Tough play for Goss at third. Let's call it a base hit unofficially for Chatham, and a couple of base runners are on. That is popped up to the left side. Maddox Bean making the catch. 2 gone. So 2 away for Colton Demon. Demon with a walk in the 2nd. And that walk is the only one that's been issued in the game thus far. Connor McCann handing out the free pass in inning number 2. As this one is floated towards left, back onto the grass to make the catch. A C.J. Harris. Colton Demon with a fly out, and a couple of base runners are stranded. Nobody scores as we head to the bottom of the 4th.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Gone. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full. 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing and First pitch in the bottom of the fourth, C.J. Harris with a fly out to center field. And there is one away with Jackson Ross coming to the plate next. Ross reached on an error, popped out to third. He is 0 for 2 in the game. One hour, 5 minutes into the contest. As that pitch is outside to Ross. UBOE still with an opportunity to get back in. We should get a top of the fifth in. Heck, might get a sixth, maybe even a seventh. Game going at a relatively quick pace. As that is ground to third. Scooped up in the throw over by Braden Demon, and out goes Ross on the 5-3. First pitch missing to Connor McCann. There has not been a 3-up, 3-down, 5-star part of the inning. But thus far in this one, 2 up and 2 gone, and well, here comes your first one. 4-3 goes to put out of McCann. And for the first time, we've got a bottom half of the inning that goes 1-2-3.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn.
Top of the fifth gets underway, and Braden Demon starting it off. Bobby Lupola and Jordan Hawkins due up in the inning, too. First 1-2-3 bottom part of the inning happens in the bottom of the fourth as Harris flies out, Ross and McCann ground out. And here we are in the top of the fifth, 7, 8, and 9 in the order. Facing Connor McCann, who thus far has gone the distance for 5-star. Working into the fifth. That is fouled away by Demon. Demon with a pop out to second base in the second inning. 0 for 1 in the ball game. That is sent towards right field. And the catch made, and out will go Braden Demon. As Connor Pendergrass gathers it in for out number 1. But again, it is 7. Okay, I was about to say as Daniel walked in, is it 7 or 8? My discombobulated scorebook had us at 8, but it is a 7-zip ball game. I think I'll call that an infield single for Bobby Lupola. I know a lot of hands got on it, but it was a tough play for everybody. Harris got a hand on it. Adams got a hand on it. McCann had an opportunity, but Lupola is on. And Jordan Hawkins will come to the plate. That is floated a short throw to first. Not quite in time to turn the double play. So Hawkins the fly out. Carter Campbell coming to the plate. Able to get back safely at first is Lupola. And Carter Campbell will make his way to the plate with Eric Baker to the on-deck circle. Barones, Bean, and Adams when you get to the bottom part of the 5th for 5-star. Lifted foul by Campbell. UBO East picking up their 3rd base hit of the ball game. Actually, will make that 4 base hits now. Had 3 coming in, 4 with the Lupola single. Count even at 1. 1 hour and 12 minutes in. Sent foul over towards the batting cage. Well, hard to believe the football season is about to wrap up. It's getting close for the high schools. Postseason starting in a couple of weeks. Carter Campbell goes. He'll strike out. That will be K number 5 for McCann. 1 runner is stranded, 1 base hit. Nobody scores. 4.5 done. And 5-star by 7.
That's hit well. Finds the gap. Hits. Rolls off. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got to. There's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as teams, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just 1. That is socked into. Runner takes off. The hit and run lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
First pitch, bottom of the fifth, Charlie Barones delivering with a shot. Ninth base hit of the ball game for 5-star. And there is significance to the runner at first. We're in the bottom of the fifth, and the run rules are 12, 10, and 8. 12 after 3, 10 after 4, 8 after 5, and there is another base hit. Which means now you've got the potential game-ending run in scoring position in the form of Barones as Liam Adams comes to the plate. And you can probably hear, as I do, the conversations for UBO East about sliding over to double play depth. So UBO East thinking about the DP to try to get out of the inning and send the ball game to the 6th. Almost. What a diving try by Eric Baker. Boy, that would have been big. But it just trickles out as his glove makes impact with the turf. And the at-bat for Liam Adams will continue. And actually, this is Caden Harum. Harum came in to the ball game in the 3rd as a hitter for Liam Adams. Got aboard and now trying to get aboard again, trying to move runners over. He's hoping worst case he goes down and Barones gets to 3rd. Best case, he in the ball game with a Heron at bat. And that dive by Eric Baker might have created some gear problems. And trot the dugout. They just don't make them like they used to. Fall apart on impact. Cost about 8 or 10 times as much and lasts half as long. Too high with the toss to Heron. Couple of base runners on, nobody gone. Bottom of the 5th. An hour 18 in. And you got UBO East battling for their baseball lives. Trying to get the ball game to the top of the 6th when the top of the order comes to the plate. Eric Baker, Adam Champagne, Connor Campbell. 5-star trying to get this ball game wrapped up. And again, when you download the Showcase Series app, you find out an 11 a.m. game between UBO Darnell and Prime 916U coming up. Taking a look at the standings, UBO Marshall 2-0, 5-star Mafia 2-0, 5-star Gulf Coast Savage 1-1. So they wrap up their play with this ball game. And trying to leave here above the 500 mark. That'll go to the screen. Barones will take 3rd. Bean goes to 2nd, and now the game-ending run in a position to come home 90 feet away. Blue Division, Prime 916U 1-1, UBO Darnell and UBO East 0-2. So East wraps up their play as well with this one. And they sure don't want to go winless. That is hit over towards first. It is bobbled. Barones going to come in and score. That should be your ball game. And that will indeed do it. This one will wrap up after 8 innings, make that 5 innings of baseball in an 8-zip ball game. Taking a quick look at your final numbers as we get ready for UBO Darnell and Prime 9. UBO East, 4 hits, 4 errors, 5 stranded. They go scoreless. 5-star Gulf Coast, 10 hits, a single mistake, 8 runs played, 1 in the first, 4 in the second, 2 in the third, and a run in the fifth. And they will leave 7 on. And there's your final. First 5 in the books. We will see you in roughly 39 minutes as game number 2 of our 5-game slate of baseball gets underway. For all the folks with the showcase and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Santa Rosa Beach. Game number 2 of 5 to be played on this Sunday here on the 22nd of October. South Walton, Santa Rosa Beach. And the game that wrapped up just prior to this one, 5-star Gulf Coast in 5 innings, an 8-zip win over UBO East. With a win, 5-star leaves 2-1 in weekend play. And UBO East goes 0-3. This one has UBO Darnell taking on Prime 9 16U. Hi, everybody. Robert Williamson set to bring you the coverage. Baseball into October, and it will be baseball into November. And as a matter of fact, looks like in 2023, the only month that won't have any baseball, as this one is sent towards left field. And right there in front of the warning track, catch made by Owen Miller. Jaden Quatez will fly out for out number 1. But it appears December will be the only month of the 12 without a little baseball. Let's get the lineup set for you. UBO East sending Jaden Quatez to the plate first. He flies out to left. Carson Soche batting second. He's at the plate. Shelton Darnell is the 3-hitter. Nathan Courier batting fourth. Brock Darnell fifth. 6-hitter Gary Rassam. Philip Cryer hits 7th. A.J. Hatcher 8th. Colton Eason is the 9-hitter. Pearson Quatez batting 10th. And Caleb Johnson is the 11-hitter. All facing Aiden Groves on the hill. Meanwhile, behind the plate, Colton Chrysler. First baseman for Prime 9 is Will Atkinson. And second, Hunter Hughes. The shortstop, Camden Chin. And at third, Christopher Bond. Left field, Owen Miller. Center field is Brody Black. And the right fielder is Josh Lacrosse. And there you have it. Prime 9. Their defense, UBO Darnell, their offense. On a sunny day here in Santa Rosa Beach. Inside with the pitch to Soche. When I pulled into town this morning, there were puddles around that indicated either somebody had left the sprinkler on overnight, and I don't know what sprinkler would be near the intersections of local streets, or there had been a rain shower, and it was a little bit of a cloudy side. But it has sunnied up. Don't have any ominous looking clouds. In with a stolen base. Carson Soche with Shelton Darnell trying to bring him not only over but in. And that'll go to the screen and send Soche off to third. And just like that, UBO Darnell with A base runner 90 feet away from becoming the first run of the ball game. And Darnell with a chance to drive in the run. A little bit outside with the pitch to Darnell. Nathan Courier to the on-deck circle. They got the inside part of the plate to Darnell. If you download the Showcase Series app, it will get you updated on not only the game that preceded and the games that preceded, the ones that were played yesterday. But you can also take a look at these two squads as this one is sent towards right field. It will hit up against the fence. In to score is Soche on his way to third. Darnell an RBI triple, and UBO Darnell up by 1. So Shelton Darnell delivers early. And Nathan Courier will come to the plate with the base runner in third in a 1-zip game. Well, we don't have positions for UBO Darnell, but we just learned something with a substitution of Colton Eason for Darnell at third. There is another base hit. That will bring in Eason running for Darnell. And Courier will pull into second with an RBI double. And the RBI double doubles the lead for Darnell, makes it a 2-zip advantage. Now what we learned is since Darnell gets a courtesy runner and we don't have the positions listed, he's one of two things. Going to be the starting pitcher or the starting catcher for UBO. A little inside with a pitch to Brock Darnell. Gage Russum to the on-deck circle. UBO Darnell looking for their first win of the weekend, 0-2. Prime 9 looking to go over the 500 mark. They are 1-1. UBO Darnell allowing 17 and scoring 6. Prime 9 allowing 14 and scoring 12 this weekend. And there's a walk to Darnell. So a couple of base runners on for Gage Russum. And Aiden Groves running into some early trouble, giving up the triple, the double, and the walk. 2 runs have plated. Taking a look at the 2 divisions, by the way. Your unbeatens in the blue division, UBO Marshall and 5-Star Mafia. They are both 2-0. And over in the red division, the Swamp Donkeys, the unbeaten team. Ground to third and got the out at third. Able to scamper over was Bond and beat Courier there. So Russum grounds into the out at third. 2 gone, 2 on for Philip Kreiner. Tried to hold up the swing, Kreiner, and Kreiner couldn't. A.J. Hatcher hoping to come to the plate in the inning as well. Inside offering, runners take off the double steal. Russum to third and Darnell to second. And UBO Darnell looking for a base hit. Could again double the lead. Doubled it from 1-2 on the Nathan Courier double. And if you can get a 2-out base hit from Philip Kreiner, a good chance it goes from 2 to 4. High and away with the pitch to Cryer. Three balls, one strike. Top of the first, game just underway. That got the outside part of the plate, and the count runs full. And as I mentioned, I guess every broadcast. Same stuff you typically get. 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. Ground to third. Bond, a little trouble getting it out of the mitt. He'll hang on, and in to score comes Darnell. Russell will take third. Cryer at first. And unofficially, I'm charging that as an E5. Got there and got to Bond in time, just didn't make a throw anywhere. And UBO Darnell, who, as we mentioned, had only scored 6 runs coming in. They've got half that already in the first. Off and running is Cryer. Throw down to third. It goes into left field. Hopping up is Russum. He'll head home. It is an E2 that's got another run in, and UBO Darnell by 4. A.J. Hatcher with a chance to make it a 5-zip game. That got the outside part of the plate. Colton Eason is on deck. Just a little bit outside with the pitch to Hatcher. Well, I wasn't here yesterday, but as I mentioned, Darnell 6 runs in 2 games. Unless they had one really big inning and then a bunch of goose eggs, this is their biggest inning of the weekend. Hatcher on with a walk. Couple of base runners aboard for Colton Eason. That will trickle away from Hughes, and runners move up. Cryer to third, Hatcher to second. And now you're looking at the possibility for UBO to get in the first inning if you can get a base hit out of Colton Eason. As many runs in an inning as you've had in 2 games prior. Pearson Quantes on deck. That is sent foul. Into the weeds and the grass and the pine trees behind the area for fans and stands. Sent towards short. Grabbed there by Chin. Throw over to first. It's a little bit too tall, and another run will score. Cryer in. Hatcher moves to third. Eason's on the other corner. Pearson Quantes, the 10th hitter to come to the plate here in the top of the first. He'll pop this up, foul territory. And coming over from first to make the catch is Will Atkinson. 10 go up, 2 are left on, 5 score. UBO Darnell with a 5-zip lead headed to the bottom of the first. Part of the third. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double.
Swing and miss. High. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy Robbie Hamilton. Yes, that is a good-looking pitch. Got the in-swing. Swing and miss. Brian Raskol.
We get the bottom of the first underway. Brody Black will lead it off. And the lineup card for UBO Darnell does not include positions, but I think I have spotted who is where in every spot. But don't hold me to it. So here's the offense, then we'll get to the defense. Brody Black leading it off for Prime 9, Camden Chin. The two-hitter, Owen Miller hitting third, Christopher Bond fourth. Five-hitter Josh Lacrosse. Will Atkinson hit sixth. Colton Chrysler is the seven-hitter. Hunter Hughes in the eighth spot, and Griffin Woods batting ninth. UBO Darnell with Shelton Darnell on the hill. Behind the plate, I think that is Philip Cryer. Caleb Johnson at first. Second baseman is Jaden Quatez. At short, A.J. Hatcher. The third baseman, Nathan Courier. An outfield of Gage Russelman left. Center fielder, Carson Soche. And Brock Darnell in right. And the reason that Coach opted not to put the positions is because they are going to be playing a variety of positions. Yeah, they start in one spot but won't stay there. Five runs played in the top part of the inning. 3 walks, a triple, a double. 4 errors in the top of the first. Pitch missing to Black. Three balls, couple of strikes. Chin's on deck. Here's the Darnell offering. Swung on and missed. And Black is out number 1. So one away, Camden Chin next. Owen Miller moving to the on-deck circle. Prime 9 knocked off UBO East 11-zip. Got beat by UBO Marshall 14-1. So they've been in a couple of games and neither's been close, winning one, losing the other, and coming in at 1-1. For UBO Darnell, lost to 5-star Gulf Coast Savage 5-3, and to the 5-star Mafia 12-3. So in looking at the scores, I can, deductive reasoning, tell you with complete certainty that the 5 runs that played in the first inning, the absolute best inning for UBO Darnell. They had 3 runs in each of the 2 games they played prior. 3-1 to Camden Chin. Owen Miller is on deck. Swing and a miss. And there's 2 gone. So Shelton Darnell begins with back-to-back Ks, getting Black and getting Chin. Two gone for Owen Miller. Christopher Bond moving to the on-deck circle. Well, that one bounced right into the headgear of Philip Cryer behind the plate. Here is the 1-0 pitch to Miller. Bottom of the order. Starts off the top of the second for UBO Darnell. As this one is popped up in foul territory and drops right in front of the dugout. And plenty of Darnell nearby. Pitcher Shelton Darnell, first baseman Caleb Johnson, the catcher Philip Cryer, all in the vicinity, but couldn't get there to make the catch. And the count even at 1 on Miller. That got the inside part of the plate. Well, can Darnell retire the side in order and plug in the fan and get them all? And he can. Strikeouts of Black, Chin, and Miller. And we will go to the second in a 5-zip game. Most ever to watch a baseball game here. Swing. It is 1-2. There. Eli Snelson in center field. Christian Corona is the right fielder. Go to the bottom part of the inning. Colton Wood has recovered. Bring Hankins, Stevenson, and Brown to the plate. All batting 9th. Christian Mincy is the 10 guy. And first, though. And we're talking about the second innings. Zach Munger. Swing and miss. Brewer. Got a base runner on. Nobody gone. Same on Saturday and 3 again tomorrow. Leading off the third. 2-2 pitch on the outside part where will be the weekend of Mobile as Lambert. Bryce Eddington, a teammate on that Bishop State squad, is due. Christian Early will hit 9th. Caleb Johnson starting things off in the top of the second with an infield single and a base runner on for UBO Darnell as we get the top of the second underway. Hit number 3 in the ball game for UBO Darnell, and they've had one of each, a triple, a double, a single. As we get back to the top of the order, Jaden Quantes stepping in. Carson Soche moving to the on-deck circle. That'll find its way into left field. Back-to-back base hits on is Johnson and Quantes. And UBO Darnell unleashing the sticks in this one. 5 runs in the first and a couple of base runners on quickly in the second for Carson Soche. And that's got Coach coming out to have a conversation with his pitcher. It certainly would appear that Aiden Groves is going to stay in the ballgame. We're very early. He has given up a total of 4 base hits, 2 in the first and 2 in the second, and 5 runs did plate in that first inning. But certainly all the blame doesn't lie in the hands of Groves, as there have been some defensive miscues, namely 4 errors in that first inning. That is punted foul by Carson Soche. Couple of base runners on, nobody gone. Top of the second. Shelton Darnell on deck. Carson Soche, who walked, stole a base, and scored a run in the first at the plate here in the second. That is a foul ball towards third. And of course, when you download that Showcase Series app, not only do you find out what happened where these two teams are concerned on days prior, but you got to look as to what lies ahead. Still got 3 games to go. And in your 1 p.m. matchup, UBO Marshall and 5-Star Mafia. 3 o'clock prime 9:18, and the Swamp Donkeys. And it all ends with Vision and Bucks at 5. Hit by the pitch, Soche, and the bases loaded. And here is the second visit of Groves. And visit number 2 represents the end of the highway for the prime 9 starting pitcher. So they will talk, and we will see who comes in relief.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. There's that
The protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State.
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is Joseph Everett. Aiden Groves will work an inning, face 13. No strikeouts, 3 walks, 1 hit batsman, gives up 4 hits. Allows 5 in the first and leaves with the bases loaded. Shelton Darnell with a triple, an RBI, and a run scored in the first is the first guy that Everett will face. Strike on the inside part of the plate. Count goes even at 1. But you talk about a tall order to begin with. Facing a guy who has already driven in a run, who has already picked up 3 bags on a base hit. And drives this one towards right field. That will sail all the way to the fence. Take a hop and go over. No, it did not take the hop. It just went over. Shelton Darnell with a grand slam. 318 feet to the fence in right. And he gets all of that and more. And 4 more to the lead on the grand slam by Darnell. Well, from our vantage point, and sun on an artificial turf, difficult to see. I could see it bounce, thought it was prior to the fence, but it was after the fence. And Shelton Darnell's got half of the cycle, and he's got the toughest part. He's got the home run and the triple. Of course, with an hour, 50-minute time limit and a 9-run lead in the second, and an 11-man batting rotation, he may not have 4 at-bats. As a matter of fact, likely won't. Nathan Courier sending that one foul. Well, with 1 swing of the bat and 1 at-bat, we can put the finishing touches on Aiden Groves' tenure on the bump. Worked an inning, faced 13, no strikeouts, 3 walks, 1 hit batsman, 4 hits, and a total of 8 runs. The 9th run charged to Joseph Everett. And UBO Darnell taking their frustrations out of 2 ball games in which they didn't play a lot of runs on Prime 9 16U and scoring a lot of runs. 9-zip lead in the top of the 2nd. And still nobody out. Nathan Courier with a double, then drove in Shelton Darnell's courtesy runner in the 1st. One-two pitch. That is floated in the direction of left field and into foul territory to make the catches, Camden Chin. So on away with Brock Darnell next. Gage Russum moving to the on-deck circle. Outside with the offering to Darnell. Bottom of the 2nd, Bond, Lacrosse, and Atkinson all coming to the plate. Christopher Bond, Josh Lacrosse, Will Atkinson. And a shot over to Warren's first, fielded by Johnson, steps on the bag. I'll make that by Atkinson, and Darnell out number 2. So Atkinson, the unassisted, put out at first. Gage Russum coming to the plate. Philip Cryer to the on-deck circle. A lot of baseball played here, not just by the South Walton Seahawks. As I mentioned earlier, hit by the pitch is Russum. This is the 3rd time this year that the showcase has been here. And of course, coming in March, a huge high school tournament. A lot of nationally ranked national championship teams. And we're like, heck, we might as well come too. I mean, if you're going to have such great baseball here, you know, we might as well stream and let the world watch some of the best baseball in the country being played here. So it all happens in March, and if you're like me, March seems like an eternity away, but it'll be here next week. So go ahead and plan. And what a great vacation spot, by the way. If you like baseball and you like the beaches, here's the spot. And if you're like me, which let's pray to God you're not, but if you are, March would be the perfect time. You don't have all that summer touristy traffic. So mark it down on the calendar. Come to Santa Rosa Beach. Watch some baseball. Enjoy the beach. I mean, what a combo. Baseball on the beach in March here in South Walton County. Got a base runner on. Russum hit by the pitch. He's over at first. 2 gone, 4 in on the Shelton Darnell Grand Slam. "40 minutes into the ball game in the top of the 2nd, with 3 more games to go. Won't see either of these two again. They're wrapping up play. Darnell trying to get a win. Prime 9 trying to climb over the 500 mark. Obviously, Everett concerned with the runner at first, Russell. Cryer reached on an error, advanced on an error, scored a run in the first. One of 4 miscues by Prime 9. And in the bottom of the second, 4, 5, and 6 coming to the plate. But Darnell hanging around the top part of the inning a little longer. Everett's offering, swung on and missed. Well, if we had that major league pitch clock working, there probably would be some violations handed out. Everett, a lot of time between pitches with a base runner on. Outside with a pitch to Cryer. A.J. Hatcher is on deck. Two-one offering. Too far outside, and the count goes 3-1. Well, thanks so much to the Showcase Series for the opportunity to bring you baseball on a Sunday. Here on the next to the last Sunday in October. James Gamble, Nick Singleton, and of course the tournament director here, Daniel Ballard. And a walk issued to Cryer. And Chrysler apparently popping a finger on the pitch. Cryer giving the walk, couple of base runners on. And the top part of the second continuing with A.J. Hatcher to the plate. Hatcher with a walk in the first. One of now 5 Prime 9 walks, 4 of which were issued by Groves. High with the pitch to Hatcher, Colton Eason moving to the on-deck circle. High and inside with the offering to Hatcher, 2-0. Well, the bases have already been loaded once here in the top part of the second, and Shelton Darnell did his part in clearing the bases, hit the grand slam 5 at-bats ago. And now it's one hitter away, one walker away from being jammed in the second again. And the count 3-0 on Hatcher as the wild pitch gets Russum to third and Cryer to second. Three balls, no strikes on Hatcher. Russum at third, Cryer at second. Outside of the strike zone, and he's given a walk. Back-to-back walks, hit batsman as well, all loaded up. And here is the second visit of Everett And the new pitcher is in tow. The new guy and the Everett numbers when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back. Her 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game. Come on, let's do it.
Bases loaded. The new pitcher is Trent Young. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I am wrong so often and can get discombobulated very easily, as that one is fouled away. But isn't the 3 on the back of Trent Young backwards? Don't 3s go like this? That one's going like this. Which I guess maybe if you looked at his jersey, the backside of the jersey, in a rearview mirror, it would look right. So I don't know if that is by design. Could be. They just like the reverse look of the 3. Outside with a pitch. But see, that's part of the process too when you get older. When you're young, you look at that and you're like, hey, dude, you got the number backwards. You get my age and you're like, does he have it backwards? Or are my eyes, kind of discombobulated? Colton Easton with the bases loaded. Top part of the second in a 9-zip game. Pearson Quatez on deck. Chopping at it late is Easton. He'll go down swinging. Trent Young comes in, does his job, retires Easton, and leaves 3 on. But 4 score on the grand slam by Darnell. And UBO Darnell takes a 9-zip lead into the bottom of the second.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gate.
We're at the bottom of the second underway. Christopher Bond starting it off. Josh Lacrosse, Will Atkinson due up in the inning 2. Another big inning, top part of it for Darnell. 5 in the first, 4 in the second. 9-zip lead. As we head to the bottom part of inning number 2. Christopher Bond, Josh Lacrosse, Will Atkinson. On the outside part of the plate, everybody that Darnell has faced, he's fanned thus far. Will Bond be his 4th? 1-2 pitch. From third, over to first with a throw. 5-3 goes to put out. And it is now Colton Eason playing third and gets Bond on the 5-3. So it's the first non-strikeout out. 4th in a row, Josh Lacrosse coming to the plate. Well, I was talking about the big event coming to South Walton in March. Daniel was telling me all of the teams set. And in a couple of weeks, a website will be available that gives you any and everything that is, where this particular event is concerned, related. And it's called SouthWaltonShowdown.com. That's the website. And, you know, me and my brilliant analysis, I'm assuming that is the name of the event as well, South Walton Showdown. See how I can figure some of this stuff out? I mean, I can't keep score. I had too many runs. I can't see a home run or a double, but, you know, I can figure out the name of the event. So go to Showdown.com, SouthWaltonShowdown.com, and do that in a couple of weeks, maybe a week or so into November, and you'll have everything you need to know about the event. And not just that, the hotels, the eateries, the touristy things in the area. And go ahead and make travel plans. Swing and a miss. And Lacrosse will become the 4th strikeout victim of the game for Shelton Darnell. Two gone for Will Atkinson. And a frustrated Josh Lacrosse heading to the dugout. Top of the third, it'll be 10, 11, and 1 to the plate for UBO. Pearson Quatez, Caleb Johnson, Jaden Quatez. Five in a row retired by Darnell. And it is 0-1 on Atkinson. 2-hop to second, backhand throw. It's there in time. 4-3 goes to put out. And there weren't as many strikeouts, but there were just as many outs in a row. 1, 2, 3. Goes prime 9 in the bottom of the second. We head to the third with UBO up by 9. Part of the third. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. As that is a good-looking pitch, got the inside. Swing and miss. Brian Raskol.
Find the white stick. Here we go.
Near the bottom of the order as we get the top of the third underway. Pearson Quantes starting it off. Caleb Johnson. Jaden Quantes due up in the inning 2. 5 first inning runs for UBO Darnell from Soche, Darnell, as in Brock and Shelton. Russum and Cryer. And then 4 second inning runs from Johnson, Quantes, Soche, and Shelton Darnell. Trent Young, the third pitcher used by Prime 9. Aiden Groves got the start, worked an inning. Joseph Everett came in relief and worked 2/3 of an inning. And now Trent Young, who worked the last third of the top of the second, starting it off in the third. High pitch to Quantes. Caleb Johnson on deck. And that's a high pitch to Quantes. He'll be given a walk leadoff guy on for UBO. It probably can be said about, well, maybe not every pitcher, but a lot of pitchers, an interesting delivery, and Trent Young's got one of those from me. I happen to notice how he holds his hand up. He really doesn't bring it back down with his mitt. Hey, whatever works for you. And obviously it worked for Young to get the strikeout of Eason to put it in to a 4-run second. And it has worked to the tune of an 0-2 count on Caleb Johnson. High and inside to Johnson. Jaden Quantes to the on-deck circle. Pitch missing and the count runs even. Couple of balls, couple of strikes on Johnson, who had a single and scored a run in the second. He was on when Shelton Darnell slapped that grand slam. He was over at third at the time. That'll get into the dirt, go to the screen. Off to first goes Johnson. Back-to-back walks. of Quatez and Johnson. Couple of base runners on. And we're back to the top of the UBO Darnell order. Jaden Quatez coming to the plate. Well, we're about to embark on the the basketball season. I think our first basketball coverage happens on I think it's the 3rd of November. So that would put us less than 2 weeks away. And at the moment, Coastal Alabama North, Coastal Alabama South, South Georgia Tech basketball. And I think I can let the cat out of the bag. As the bunt is laid down by Quatez, scooped up by Young, he'll go to first. Sacrifice moves 2 over. Johnson to third. I'll make that to second and Quatez to third. One out for Carson Soche. But the cat out of the bag is that the ACCC is going to be shifting around their basketball schedule to have a Saturday game because there are no Saturday conference games. And Alabama Public TV is picking up the game. So you're talking about getting into tens of thousands of Alabama homes with Alabama Community College basketball, a game of the week for 8 or 10 weeks starting in January. And we will produce. That is popped up in the direction of right field. And that will drop in. Hops in front of Lacrosse. It'll be a Soche single that brings in Quatez, while going to third is Johnson. So Soche picking up the RBI on the single. Ten-zip lead, and it looks like Trent Young is finishing his time on the bump. So a fourth pitcher coming in for Prime 9, the new guy, and the Young numbers when we come back.
She's frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
First pitch sent to left field, and there the catch will be made by Owen Miller. Tagging from third is Johnson. And Shelton Darnell has just driven in his 6th run of the game. Had an RBI triple in the first, a grand slam in the second, and a sac fly in the third. Makes it an 11-zip ball game with 2 gone. Griffin Woods, the new pitcher. Trent Young works 2/3 of an inning. Faces 5, strikes out 1, walks 2, gives up a hit. And he's allowed a run, but is also responsible for the runner at first. Hit to third, grabbed by Bond, goes to first, it's there. Nathan Courier wrapping into the 5-3 for out number 3. But 2-run score. The lead goes to 11 for UBO Darnell as we head to the bottom of the 3rd.
That's hit well. Finds the gap, hits, rolls off. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got a... There's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just 1. That is socked into. Runner takes off. The hit and run lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning, 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
Coming down.
And don't forget, if you want to watch the game later, that is not a problem. Relive all the action by subscribing to JockJive. It gives you unlimited access. A little floater to short. Here the catch is made by A.J. Hatcher. And Colton Christler is out number 1. 1 out for Hunter Hughes. Griffin Woods moving to the on-deck circle. Seven straight now retired by Shelton Darnell. And of the 7, there have been 4 Ks. A couple of ground outs and a fly out. That one has popped up and will drop in front of the screen and out of play and keep the at-bat alive for Hunter Hughes. Top of the 4th for UBO. Darnell starts with a Darnell. Brock Darnell, Gage Russell, and Philip Cryer due up in the inning 2. In the 4th inning, if there are no runs in the bottom of the 3rd, is the inning of reckoning for Prime 9. They are going to have to get some runs in the bottom of the 4th if nothing happens here in the bottom of the 3rd. Couple of strikes on Hughes. Again, your run rules kick in after 3, but it's 12 after 3. The lead is now 11. So that'll send us to the 4th. Ground to 3rd. And the throw to 1st from Colton Eason in time to get Hughes on the 5-3. But the run rule after 4 is 10. Bottom of the order, Griffin Woods coming to the plate. Started as the DH, now playing a multitude of roles. He's the pitcher as well. First pitch inside to Griffin Woods. Top of the order, Brody Black to the on-deck circle. Count goes even, 1 apiece. One ball, 1 strike, 2 gone, nobody on. And that one chopped foul over towards the batting cages. And it's a 1-2 count. 5, 6, and 7 in the UBO order coming to the plate when we get to the top of the 4th. Strike 3, got the outside part of the plate. That is K number 5, 9 in a row set down by Darnell. And we have played 3 with UBO Darnell up by 11.
Part of the 3rd. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Hughes. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. As that is a good-looking pitch, got the inside. Swing and miss. Brian Rapp.
Top of the fourth gets underway. Brock Darnell starts it off. Gage Russum, Philip Cryer due up in the inning 2. Griffin Woods, the fourth pitcher used by Prime 9. Rose got the start. Everett and Young in relief, and now it is Woods. Darnell has walked, and he is ground out to first. 0 for 1 in the game. Has scored a run. And as a matter of fact, everybody has scored a run except Courier, Hatcher, and Eason for Darnell. So 8 of the 11 plating a run. Outside with a pitch to Darnell. Darnell with a walk in the first. That was when Groves was pitching for Prime 9. And then ground out to first in the second when Everett was on the hill. Strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. Darnell caught looking. Prime 9 trying to keep it to a minimum. Already got their work cut out for them in the bottom part of the fourth at this moment. If the lead stays as is, they've got to get a couple of runs. Hit by the pitch is Russum. Every pitcher but Young has hit somebody. Groves, Everett, and now Woods. Outside of the strike zone with the first pitch to Philip Cryer. Cryer has been the benefactor of some Prime 9 miscues. A couple of errors in his first at-bat. And he comes in to score, and a walk in the second gets him on. Count goes even at 1 on Cryer. A.J. Hatcher to the on-deck circle. Strike delivered on the outside part, 1 and 2. It does seem like, as we feel temperatures edge to near 80, that every 3 or 4 or 5 years we get a little deeper into the year before the cooler temperatures move in. We've got some mid-September temperatures here in late October now. As you got the stolen base by Russum at second. And of course that turf doesn't care whether it is October or August. It takes the heat and ramps it up a bit. Currently 78. Should warm to 80 in a bit. It'll get out of play. Final baseball coverage of the year coming the first weekend in November as the showcase moves to Pearl River Community College in Poplarville, Mississippi. And then we'll focus on basketball, toss in a little soccer, and smidge volleyball in November. Got some football in November, too. November is kind of that smorgasbord of sports. We'll have volleyball, baseball, football, basketball, soccer. Another one popped up out of play. And, of course, who knows where we'll wind up. It's been a little unusual this week. We covered a Catholic Athletic Association dinner on Wednesday, as this one has popped up to center field, and backtracking to second is Russum. Cryer with a fly out for out number 2. And then Friday morning, an aviation symposium in Warner Robins, Georgia. So, hey, you never know where we'll show up. Outside with the pitch to A.J. Hatcher. Football on Friday, baseball and football yesterday, and today nothing but baseball here on JockJive. Swing and a miss. Runner takes off for third. Throw goes into left field. And in with a stolen base is Russum. "90 feet away from becoming the 12th run of the ballgame. A.J. Hatcher, a couple of walks. Walk by Groves in the first, walk by Everett in the second. Little high, little inside to Hatcher. Colton Eason to the on-deck circle. Top of the order, coming to the plate in the fourth for prime 9. Count evens up at 2. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. 2 gone, base runner at third, nobody in. UBO Darnell has plated runs every inning. Will they do it again this inning? Hit towards center field. It will drop in. In to score as Russum. Hatcher is on his way to second, now third. He's going to put on the brakes there. And Hatcher with a triple that drives in another run. It extends the streak of scored in innings to 4. Colton Eason taking a pitch high and inside. Popped up into the stands. Not that far away from our stuff that gives you that look. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Eason. Eason reached on an error in the first, struck out in the second. Well, possible the game ends as a mercy rule, but it's not that far away from the 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. 1 hour and 27 in currently. In a 12-zip game with a potential 13th run of the game sitting at third. Fouled away again. Speaking of having the camera sitting in the stands and the ball hitting nearby, been at this for a while and have never had a baseball hit a camera. But that sure doesn't mean it won't. Little bit inside with a pitch. Had a production crew friend of ours whose center field camera got hit by a home run ball. I mean, what are the odds? High pitch. Well, I guess the odds is a now belated old friend of ours, said pretty dang good, I would suppose. Of course, I don't think it was dang, but you get the picture. Walk given to Eason. He'll go down to first. Couple of base runners on. Meanwhile, off to second and in safely is Colton Eason. Aggressive base running. And Wood's not willing to throw the ball with a base runner in third. Didn't want a Chance Hatcher coming in. On the outside part of the plate to Pearson Quantes. Quantes with a fly out to first and a walk. Popped up left field. And there to make the catch is Owen Miller. So Quantes with a fly out, couple of base runners stranded, one base hit, one run. UBO Darnell by 12 and Prime 9 needing at least 3.
Most ever to watch a baseball game here. Swing. It is 1-2. There. Eli Snelson in center field. Christian Corona is the right fielder. Go to the bottom part of the inning. Colton Wood has recovered. Bring Hankins, Stevenson, and Brown to the plate. All batting ninth. Christian Mincy is the 10 guy. And first, though. And we're talking about the second innings. Zach Munger. Swing and miss. Brewer. Got a base runner on. Nobody gone. Same on Saturday and 3 again tomorrow. Leading off the third. 2-2 pitch on the outside part where will be the weekend of Mobile as Lambert. Bryce Eddington, a teammate on that Bishop State squad, is due up. Christian Early will hit 9th.
And don't forget to follow us on the social media outlets, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. None of that mandatory, just requests. As we head to the bottom of the fourth in a 12-zip game. Top of the order, Brody Black starting it off. Camden Chin, Owen Miller due up in the inning, too. It has been a pretty good game for that guy. Not only on the bump, but also at the plate. He's got 6 RBIs off a triple, a grand slam, and a sacrifice. He's got 5 strikeouts. He has not given up a walk. He hasn't hit a hitter. 2-2 offering to Brody Black. Swings and misses. And there is K number 6. So one away, Black becomes a strikeout victim to Darnell for the second time in as many trips to the plate. Camden Chin struck out in the first. Owen Miller, who struck out in the first as well, moves to the on-deck circle. Talk about pulling the string on one. Just yanked it into the strike zone. Swinging over the pitch was Chin. And the count goes to 0-2. He'll swing, he'll miss. Back-to-back Ks and 2 gone. So it's all up to Owen Miller. Trying to end this string of 11 straight retired by Darnell. 7 strikeouts for Darnell. And nearly an RBI to match every strikeout. 6 RBIs. Miller was the last out in the first inning, trying to avoid becoming the last out in the fourth or the last out in the ball game. Or where both of these teams are concerned, the last out in their tournament. There's the swing, there's the miss, there is your ball game. So Darnell, what a game. 6 RBIs, 2 for 2 at the plate. A total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strikeouts. No hits, perfect game in 4 innings. And UBO Darnell ends on a high note. Had scored 6 runs coming into the game. How about 12 in this one? Off a total of 6 hits, 8 stranded. The runs come this way, 5 in the first, 4 in the second, 2 in the third, and a run in the fourth. And UBO Prime, hitless and scoreless. 4 errors, and nobody got on. So, obviously, nobody came in. That'll put the skids on this one. Wrap it up and send us to game number 3, which is about 38 minutes away. We will see you then. For all the folks with the Showcase Series and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody. Hi, everybody. Welcome back as we get game number 3 underway. It is UBO Marshall and 5-Star Mafia battling it out. Robert Williamson set to bring it to coverage as that one is fouled away by Carson Soche. A little early start to the ball game. Originally slated for a 1 p.m. start. And you got a strikeout of Soche to begin the ball game. But as a result of about a 15-minute head start, I'm still working to put names in my scorebook to give you who is doing what. I can run down the hitters for you, though. Carson Soche leading it off. Shelton Darnell hitting second. 3-hitter is Jace Cunningham. Sean Schmood, as that one is on top of the batting cage beyond the first base dugout. Shelby, I believe that is Caleb. It looks like a K-A-L-E-B. Shelby Caleb batting 5th. Colton Easton is the 6-hitter. Gabriel Mitchell will bat 7th as that one is sent over the head of the right fielder, and Shelton Darnell's torrid day continuing. In the last ball game, he had a triple, a grand slam, a sacrifice fly, drove in 6, pitched a no-hitter, 4 innings of scoreless baseball for Prime 9, didn't give up a walk, didn't give up a hit, didn't hit anybody. The perfect game with 8 strikeouts, and he just continues his very good day with a double with 1 away here in the top of the first. Now playing for Marshall. He was playing for Darnell then. And Marshall in this one. And that's got Jace Cunningham coming to the plate. Where did I stop in the offensive lineup? I think it was Colton Easton before Darnell hit that double. Gabriel Mitchell is the 7-hitter. Ben Alumbaugh is batting 8th. Tate Glover 9th. And the 7-hitter is Jordan Dixon. That is hit towards left field. And backtracking to make the catch. Tagging, going to third. And safely there is Darnell. Cunningham with the out on the shot to left field, and able to get over, though. 90 feet further is Darnell. And that's got Sean Smood coming to the plate. Shelby Caleb to the on-deck circle. Outside with a pitch to Schmoon. Let's see, I can pull up a picture of the 5-star lineup and tell you who is where. Clay Johnson is pitching. Kellen Stewart behind the plate. First baseman Connor Davidson at second. Brody Rhodes. And the third baseman is Porter Nelson. Shortstop Owen Pugh. And in that outfield, Caleb Harper in left. The center fielder is Cooper Johnson, and the right fielder is Matthew Morgan. Sean Smoon with 1 on. Darnell at third. For all practical purposes, the division championship to unbeaten teams through a couple of games. That's sent into center field by Smoon. And Darnell will score the first run for UBO. So an RBI single for Smoon as Shelby Caleb comes to the plate. Colton Easton to the on-deck circle.
Hey, we got 2 out. That's Porter, give me some room. Give me some room. I got 2.
2 gone, runner in first. Throw to first, and he's not going to be able to get back. Smoon tagged out, trying to get back to the bag at first. 4 go up, 3 go down. 1 scores. UBO Marshall with a 1-zip lead heading into the 5-star Mafia bottom of the first.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full. 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing.
good, right? I swear it was almost as good. Me and Celeste went to. There was these little girls who were all dressed up in sparkles and dancing in front of the seat. It was so cute.
We head to the bottom of the first. Clay Johnson starting it off for Five Star Mafia. Cooper Johnson, your two-hitter. Porter Nelson batting third. Connor Davidson fourth. Kellen Stewart is the five-hitter. Six-hitter is Caleb Harper. Owen Pugh hitting seventh. That is out in front of the plate. Coming off the bump to retrieve is Preston. And I'm looking Barrett. I was trying to look at the handwritten lineup card, and I think that is Barrett or Barnett. And if I'm remembering from years gone by, or games gone by, I guess not years. Games gone by, it's Barnett, who comes off the bump to retrieve, but fouled off of Johnson. Owen Pugh, the seven-hitter. Matthew Morgan bats eighth. Brody Rhodes, ninth. Hayes Amons, 10-hitter. Braden Shirley batting 11th. And Charlie Fountain hitting 12th. Preston Barnett pitching. Meanwhile, UBO Marshall has Sean Smoot behind the plate. At first, Shelby Caleb. The second baseman is Chase Cunningham. At shortstop, Ben Alamba. And at third, Colton Easton. Shelton Darnell is in left field. Center fielder Carson Soche. And Gabriel Mitchell is in right. Leadoff single for Clay Johnson. And Five Star looking to respond to the run that played it in the top part of the inning. It has the potential tying run aboard as Cooper Johnson makes his way to the plate. Third game of 5 today. 22nd day of October. On the inside part of the plate to Johnson. I mentioned it, I think, in game 1. Let me do it again. In game 3, happy anniversary to my wife. She and I celebrating, and you know, she's pretty much an okay lady if you leave the house at 6 a.m. and return around 10 p.m. on your anniversary. Either that or the anniversaries are old news. Okay, I'm going with the former and not the latter. Three balls, one strike on Cooper Johnson. Porter Nelson to the on-deck circle. Tying run on at first. Swing and a miss, and the count goes to 3-2. Two games wrapping up a little bit early. UBO East losing to Five Star Gulf Coast 8-zip. As that is fouled off towards third. And UBO Darnell in 4, beating Prime 916 U12-zip. That's dropped into left field. It'll be a base hit, back-to-back singles for the Johnsons, Clay and Cooper. And a couple of base runners on, and that potential tying run shoved over into scoring position, and the potential go-ahead run now at first. When we get to the second, it'll be Colton Easton starting things off for UBO. Gabriel Mitchell and Ben Alumba due up in the inning, too. Two unbeaten teams and obviously much at stake. Bragging rights up for grabs in the meeting between these two. Both teams coming out of the blue division and both teams at 2-0. UBO Marshall 2-0, having allowed 3 runs and scoring 19. Five-Star Mafia 2-0, having allowed 4 runs and scoring 19. Boy, you couldn't ask for much closer numbers as Nelson will go down. And Connor Davidson coming to the plate. So the lone difference between the two is that run allowed. 5 Stars allowed 1 more than UBO Marshall. Hit over to third. Easton will get over to the bag to get the force out of Johnson. 2 gone. Cooper Johnson at second, Davidson at first. And that's got Kellen Stewart coming to the plate. Five-Star Mafia has beaten UBO Darnell 12-3 and UBO East 7-1. UBO Marshall knocking off 5-Star Gulf Coast Savage 5-2 and beating Prime 916U 14-1. Caleb Harper to the on-deck circle. That is wrapped foul. Coach trying to make the barehanded grab. I don't know if I got a piece of the fingertips or he just yanked him away at the last minute going, you know, why? Why do it? Why get blisters just retrieving a foul ball? Over to first with a shot. It is scooped up there by Caleb. Out will go Stewart on the ground out, and a couple of base runners are stranded. Still a 1-zip ball game as we send this one to the second.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Gone. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing.
normal. But he can't drive it more than
Top of the second gets underway. Shelby Caleb leading it off. Colton Easton and Gabriel Mitchell due up in the inning 2. We were talking about the similarities between these two teams in games prior. Well, how about the similarities in this one? Both teams with a couple of hits in the first inning. And again, one slight difference, and that slight difference belonging to UBO Marshall. That's that one run on the board. Caleb starting things off. Strikes it out Clay Johnson, who struck out Soche to begin the first. Does the same to Caleb to begin the second. And there's one gone for Colton Easton. Gabriel Mitchell is on deck. Ground right back to Johnson. Throw over to first to get Easton on the 1-3. And there is 2 gone. Two away for Gabriel Mitchell. In the bottom of the second, it'll be Caleb Harper, Owen Pugh, Matthew Morgan for 5-star. Good looking day here in Santa Rosa Beach. Temperature is expected to get up to about 80. We are sitting on 80 as we speak. And by the way, a little bit of precipitation has moved into the forecast. It says that at 2 o'clock we've got a 35% chance. Well, we don't like that. We kind of like the odds, meaning there's a 65% chance it won't, but, you know, got a little electronics sitting out in the elements. Send to center field, and there the catch will be made. That is Cooper Johnson. And Mitchell with a fly out. 3 go up, 3 go down. Nobody scores in the top of the second. To the bottom of the inning we go on JockJive.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Bottom of the second gets underway. Caleb Harper starting it all. Owen Pugh and Matthew Morgan due up in the inning 2. Gentleman outside with the offering to Harper. 1, 2, 3 goes UBO Marshall. In the top part of the inning, Caleb strikes out. Easton grounds out. Mitchell pops out. We need to get the ball game to the bottom of the second, right? I've mentioned it before. When there are graphics miscues, play-by-play miscues, camera switching miscues. 6-3 put out of Harper. The throw from Alumba, pulling Caleb off the back, but able to lay the tag on Harper. And that is Glover, by the way, now playing over at first. Still a put out of 6-3. And one away for Owen Pugh. Matthew Morgan to the on-deck circle. Lombard, Glover, and Dixon when you get to the third inning for UBO Marshall. Big cut, no contact. You want to send it out of the park like Shelton Darnell did in the game prior. Well, then down the lines, 295 to left, 318 to right. And if you plan on manning up to center field, 375 gets you to the fence. And I would guess about 385, 390 gets you to a black van in left center. My preference is that you would kind of, alter the trajectory of whatever home run ball somewhere else as that is fouled away. This is a rare moment in my life in that I've got the windshields on all my vehicles unshattered. So I don't really savor the idea of another shattered windshield, but I'm sure it's in my future. But it didn't feel right, I have to admit, having the van incomplete, in its completion, in its fullness. So I did decide to back over a post, yank the front bumper off, or at least pull it away, so at least you can tell it has damage. I mean, a van, a work van with no damage is kind of like sissy-ish. So I did, back over a post, pull the front bumper back, and looks manly again. Lifted in the direction of left field, and what a diving catch. Shelton Darnell today just needs to go ahead and put a red cape on. The only thing I think that's going to stop him is kryptonite. He has been making some spectacular plays defensively, some spectacular pitching, some great hits. I don't know that I've seen all of that wrapped up into one package on one given day like Darnell's having today. Well, Pugh's out, number 2, the diving catch by Darnell. And Matthew Morgan to the plate with 2 gone and nobody aboard. Brody Rhodes to the on-deck circle. A little low and away with the pitch from Barnett. Low and away, no walks thus far in the game for Barnett. But he is close to putting Morgan on with 2 gone and nobody aboard. Alumba, Glover, and Dixon when you get to the top of the third, and there is that walk. Handed out to Morgan. So Morgan will become the first walk of the game for Barnett. And there's a base runner on. 2 gone, 1 aboard. Brody Rhodes steps in. Hayes Ammons to the on-deck circle. On the inside part of the plate. Not quite a half hour into the ball game. Time limit may not matter, but if it does, 1 hour, 50 minutes. The relative max. It is not a drop dead 150, but it's a no new inning 150. And again, if these two 2-0 teams get the 150 tied or to the 7th tied, then so be it. They'll be co-champs, I guess. As that is fouled away. Morgan on, Rhodes hitting. Barnett, the left-hander, dealing low and inside with the offering. You may have noticed the umpire is wearing pink. That's in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. If you have the resources to give and can, then I know there are many sources, many outlets in which you can donate. Or sometimes it's not a donation needed. It's just a word of encouragement to those suffering from cancer. So we remember them. Here on the 22nd of October. Swing and a miss, out and will go Rhodes. That is K number 2 for Barnett. It leaves a runner on and keeps the game at 1-0, UBO Marshall.
That's hit well. Finds the gap, hits, rolls off. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got there's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as teams, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just 1. That is socked into. Runner takes off. The hit and run lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
Top of the 3rd gets underway. Bottom part of the order, Ben Alumbaugh, as well as Tate Glover and Jordan Dixon, due up in the inning 2, facing Clay Johnson, who has given up a base hit to Darnell and a base hit to Schmood, and a single run. Three and 0 the count on Alumbaugh. UBO Marshall hitting with a 10-man rotation, 5-star with 12. 4-pitch walk, Alumbaugh is on. Well, we were talking about all the similarities. How about first walk in the ball game just moments ago for Barnett as he put Morgan on. Now Johnson Says, I'll match that. Issues his first walk to a Lumbaugh in the third. Tate Glover followed by Jordan Dixon. Glover, the DH, batting for Preston Barnett. Over to first with the throw, as breaking to second is a Lumbaugh, and he is tagged out. So the walk negated by the caught stealing. And the Lumbaugh is out number one. Tate Glover with the bases cleared. High inside pitch to Glover. Jordan Dixon to the on-deck circle. It is a Sunday afternoon, which means NFL in full progress. Let's get you updated on scores. 3:51 to play in the half. Colts with a 21-17 lead over the Browns at the half. Patriots leading the Bills 13-3. What is up with that? Patriots having a really rough start to the year. They take on a tough Bills team, and they lead them by 10 at the half. Welcome to the world of NFL. Giants with a 14-zip lead over the Commanders, 4:08 to play in the half. 1:56 to play in the first half, and here's another surprise. Ravens 28-zip over the Lions. 9 seconds to play in the half. Bears with a 14-3 lead over the Raiders. And the Falcons and Buccaneers tied at 10 with just under 2 minutes to play in the first half. Glover on with a walk. That'll be back-to-back walks for Johnson, but the first walk picked off at second. So a lone runner on, and Jordan Dixon coming to the plate. Let me see if the new AP polls are out. They are, and Georgia is number one. No surprise. As a matter of fact, top 6 remain the same. Over to first with the throw, and Glover back safely. Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Ohio State 3, FSU 4, Washington 5, Oklahoma 6. Texas moves to number 7. Oregon 8, Alabama's back in the top 10 at 9. And Penn State, after the loss to Ohio State, drops 3 spots to 10. Second 10, Oregon State 11, Ole Miss 12. Utah is 13, Notre Dame 14, LSU 15. Missouri 16, North Carolina 17, Louisville 18. The Air Force Academy at 19. And Duke at 20. Swing and a miss by Dixon. Runner goes, and he is tagged out. Able to reach over and get the mitt with ball and mitt on Glover was Owen Pugh. And 2 walks and 2 guys caught stealing second. And 2 gone for Jordan Dixon. Well, I'm giving you 20, might as well give you the remaining 5. Tennessee 21, Tulane 22, UCLA 23, Southern Cal 24, and James Madison 25. Ground to second, grabbed there by Rhodes, goes to first, out goes Dixon on the 4-3. So despite the 2 walks, it's 3 up, 3 down. Top of the third. We head to the bottom of the inning with Ammons, Shirley, and Fountain coming up. Part of the third. On the outside late, a
standard baseball game alignment. A strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss. High. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy Robbie Hamilton. As that is a good-looking pitch. Got the inside. Swing and miss. Brian Rask.
Bottom of the third gets underway. Hayes Ammons will start it off. Braden Shirley and Charlie Fountain do up in the inning, too. UBO Marshall, a couple of walks in the top of the first, but Alumbaugh caught stealing second, so too was Glover. And then Dixon grounds into the 4-3. That will get out of play over this direction. Santa Rosa Beach, South Walton High School home to the Seahawks. And a home in March to a huge baseball tournament, the South Walton Showdown. And very soon you can go online to southwaltonshowdown.com and get all the specifics. Just take my word for it, you'll want to make vacation plans. If you love baseball and you love the beach, you can get both in March. One ball, couple of strikes on Ammons. Ground over towards first, and there the stop on the put out is made by Caleb. One out for Braden Shirley. And if our people get with Daniel Ballard's people, you know, the attorneys talk and we sign some form of an agreement, let's see if we can get him on the microphone in the fourth to talk about what's coming. He gives a head nod, so that's probably a good sign that his lawyers concur. Braden Shirley with one away. Charlie Fountain moving to the on-deck circle. If the game stays at the current pace, I don't think we're going to worry about a 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. We are in the bottom of the third and 42 minutes into the game. Ground is short, trying to backhand. Alumbaugh knocks it down, not able to make the throw. That'll be an E6 that gets Shirley on. And a base runner aboard for Charlie Fountain. Well, I'm seeing more and more as I look at Preston Barnett of the apparent new style in baseball trousers. They keep getting a little shorter. I mean, that's not true across the board. As a matter of fact, as you look at a lot of the players, you got the variety. You got that, I guess, classic look down to the ankles from a lot of the guys. They got some knickers out in right field. That is a foul ball. And you might can tell by the fan reaction, there were a few disgruntled. Imagine that. Disgruntled fans at a baseball game. I've never heard of anything such. Thought it was fair. Blue says it's foul, or in this case, pink says it's foul. Headed towards a Lumbaugh. Bobbles able to retrieve, goes over to first, and well, initially, the umpire calling him out and then said, wait a minute. You know, right behind the thought that it was out, or the motion, the action, the physical action that it was out, I think he thought, you know what? He was safe. So another error. Back-to-back E's get Shirley and Fountain on. And a couple of base runners aboard. And you got your players on the bump going, is that 1 or 2 outs? It is 1 out. As we go back to the top of the order, Clay Johnson coming to the plate. Johnson with a single in the first. He'll send this one towards center field. Moving to his right is Sochet. Coming in from left to make the catch is Darnell. Johnson will fly out for out number 2, and the 2 runners on stay where they are. Shirley at second, Fountain at first. Two gone for Cooper Johnson. Fouled off towards third. Johnson with a single in the first. Porter Nelson to the on-deck circle. Top of the order to the plate. When you get to the fourth, that is wrapped towards left field. It will sail into the corner, foul. I don't know that I would hit it in the direction of Shelton Darnell. We've talked about it earlier. I mean, he's got Superman powers today. That is nearly caught, but drops in center field. Timing trying to get there by Sochet. Shirley will come in to score. Rounding third, Fountain. Throw cut off. Fountain's in, and the lead has changed hands. All compliments of the Cooper Johnson double. Still a 1-run ball game, but that 1-run lead now belongs to 5-star. Porter Nelson, who struck out on the first, coming to the plate. And he'll get popped by the pitch. Couple of base runners on for the cleanup hitter, Connor Davidson. And here comes Coach Marshall to have a chat with Preston Barnett and the rest of his infield. Bottom of the third in a 2-1 ball game. Well, we've got a chance. Let me remind you that we've got an account with, anything free. TikTok, Instagram, Threads, Facebook, Twitter. I know it's X now, but I'm still in rebellion, calling it Twitter. And, of course, YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. With the throw, runners go. It is caught at second by Cunningham. Davidson will fly out, leaving 2 runners on, but a productive inning for 5-star. They score 2 and take a 1-run lead into the 4th.
Most ever to watch a baseball game here. Swing. It is 1-2. There. Eli Snelson in center field. Christian Corona is the right fielder. Go to the bottom part of the inning. Colton Wood has recovered. Bring Hankins, Stevenson, and Brown to the plate. All batting 9th. Christian Mincy is the 10 guy. And first, though. And we're talking about the second innings. Zach Munger. Swing and miss. Brewer. Got a base runner on. Nobody gone. Same on Saturday and 3 again tomorrow. Leading off the third. 2-2 pitch on the outside part where will be the weekend of Mobile as Lambert. Bryce Eddington, a teammate on that Bishop State squad, is due. Christian Early will hit 9th.
We get the top of the 4th underway. Top of the order, Carson Soche delivering with a single. So Eubio Marshall kind of liked having the lead. Don't have it now. Want it back and got a base runner on to begin the 4th. I mentioned that we've talked with the Daniel Ballard team, and they've agreed to talk with us in the 4th. Daniel, how you doing?
Good, Robert. It's always an honor to, be able to come on air with the great Robert Williams.
Well, I don't know who the great Robert Williamson is now. I know who the insignificant little, but hey, it's great to have you on. And of course, we're back here in South Walton. I mentioned earlier in the day, we've been here 3 times this year, and 2 of the 3 planned. 1 was not, but what a great facility to play baseball. And I know I speak on behalf of everybody that's enjoying games here. Able to get safely to third is Soche, but thank you very much for allowing the use of this great facility.
No, Robert. We, South Walton High School, $6.6 million facility, probably one of the best in the Southeast, we're always glad to have the Showcase Series tournament here because, it's very accessible and it's all turf, so there's no field maintenance in between games. And with rain, I mean, as soon as the rain stops, you can play. So that's the beauty of having it, and there's no game, not unless something drastic happens. You're pretty much going to get every game in the tournament in, and I mean it's beautiful weather and it's a great location spot, especially in the fall because in October it's still fairly warm down here compared to other spots, and so these families can make a beach trip before the season turns cold.
And isn't there some more work coming here to South Walton? Some more renovations to the athletic facilities?
Yes, we are upgrading our football stadium starting in March. It's going to be all brand new bleachers, brand new stands, brand new track, all turf football field. It's going to be really nice. And then once that gets done, then we'll have a brand new softball complex being built, and that'll be all turf as well, except for the dirt. The dirt would be the only thing on the softball field but everything else around it would be turf. So it's within the next 5 years, this is going to be one of the places to be. All brand new facilities, and the school is actually upgrading too, adding another building to the campus because our numbers are growing so fast. I mean, we're almost at 1,300 kids now.
Well, the first thing I'm going to ask is what about the press box? I mean, are they doing press box renovations too to the football stadium with the bleachers and
Yes.
the softball field?
Yeah, everything be brand new. Oh, wow. Fair ball. Wow, that's tough. It's a tough break there, Hit him, got him in the behind, so.
Well, he is obviously in some pain.
That was a tough break there, Robert. Foul ball, and he kind of tried to duck out of the way of it, on a fastball up and in, and kind of got the back of the bat. And I want to say the ball hit the bat and hit him off the back of the neck and went in fair territory. So, unfortunately, that's a tough out.
Yeah, I'm trying to go back on the replay and see. Our umpire is, right between the play at the plate and our camera, and really can't see what happened, but apparently that was it. Just got the bat that was sitting on his shoulder and then ricocheted off the neck.
Yeah, it's unfortunately a tough out and a big out for the five-star with the 2-1 ball game and a runner at third now.
And it's something you don't see very often, an unassisted two.
Yeah, unassisted two. But yeah, so everything will be brand new. The football stadium will not be ready for use next year. We'll have to play every game on the road, which is tough for our football program. And the baseball program did the same thing a couple years ago when this was getting built. They played 25 games on the road.
Wow.
So that was a tough adversity for them. But our guys, they'll play 10 games on the road next year. And the new football stadium will be done in January of 2025.
All right, tell us about the event coming up in March here, the baseball that is going to be better than anywhere else in the country.
Yeah, it's going to be a big-time event, and we're bringing JockJive down to cover the event, and we're blessed to have JockJive down for the event. It's going to be one of the biggest high school tournaments in the country, sponsored by the Showcase Series and PBR, and a representative from Perfect Game will be here as well. So it's going to be really big with some nationally ranked teams. First you start off with number one, and that's Stoneman Douglas, who is the three-time defending national champions, not only state champions in Florida in Class 7A, but national champions by Baseball America and Perfect Game. And they're 105-2 in the last 3 years. So Coach Fitz does an amazing job, and iron sharpens iron, and that's what we preach every day is if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. So we invited Stoneman Douglas to the tournament, and they agreed to come up. And we have Lewisburg out of Mississippi, who's ranked number 14 in the country. They're defending state champions in Mississippi. Farragut out of Knoxville, Tennessee is coming down. They've won about 3 or 4 in a row, state champions. They're nationally ranked. And then Magnolia Heights out of Mississippi, they're nationally ranked, and they've won their respective state champions. Lincoln High School out of Tallahassee, which is a very, very traditional 6A program here in the Panhandle area. And then you have Winter Park out of Orlando coming up. And you have Mosley High School, which is a powerhouse over in Panama City. And then you'll have some teams that'll play 1 or 2 games. Childs out of Tallahassee, which is a very good program. Baton Rouge Catholic out of Louisiana is coming up. They're a very, very, very good program. So it's going to be a fun event. The schedule was finalized this week with getting games, and we're actually going to on Thursday. We're actually going to use Northwest Florida State College Field and Gulf Coast Community College Field as well to have some games over there. And so it's going to be great baseball. It's going to be a great place to be in March. It's spring break for a lot of these schools. We're going on spring break, but we are putting everything on the website. The SouthWaltonShootout.com is under construction right now, but in the next few weeks it'll be on there, and you'll be able to have all your tournament information on there, hotels, beach properties, Airbnb properties, places to eat, who all sponsoring the tournament, and just all your information about the tournament coming up will be on that website.
All right, you got to take us into the birthing of the idea of bringing that event here to South Walton. I mean, who's the guy that initially said, hey, why don't we, and where did it go from there?
That would be Mr. Nick Singleton came up with it, and we were talking about because South Walton, we're headed to the Perfect Game National Tournament in Hoover in February, and we were invited to that last year, middle of the year, after we had, had the season we had, 24-3, ranked number 1 in the Class 4A. Once we accepted the bid to go to Hoover next year, or this coming up spring, me and Nick Singleton were talking, and he was like, "Hey, let's get a tournament there, and let's get some heavy hitters in there." And so the first phone call was made to Stoneman Douglas to invite them, and then once you get the number 1 team in the country involved, it perks up for a lot of other teams to and it's taken hours and hours and hours of a lot of hard work between myself, Nick Singleton, James Gamble, and Nick Borthwick, which is the head coach here. And it's been a lot of phone calls, and a lot of college coaches and professional scouts and stuff like that have already gave us the thumbs up. Coach will be there for that event, so it's going to be a big time event.
It's a high fly ball hitting in the direction of right field. It will drop over the shoulder of Gabriel Mitchell, roll to the warning track and fence, and Kellen Stewart standing at second with a leadoff double.
And we are, Robert, we're wanting to make this event, it's going to be annually, and we're wanting to make this event bigger and bigger and bigger, and eventually be one of the, best tournaments in the nation kind of deal. What a great venue to do it at. You're 15 minutes from the beach, and you got one of the best complexes in the country. So it's a great place to play baseball. And then we have a very competitive team this year. I expect us to have a pretty good season in Class 4A.
Well, and two, there's so many different facets, it would seem, to it. I mean, as you mentioned, it's a touristy event because you're sitting right here on the beaches. Mm-hmm. You got some great baseball for the fans, an opportunity for the guys to hone those skills against some of the best competition in the country, but you're also giving college scouts an opportunity to take a look at some talent firsthand that they might not be able to see otherwise.
That's right. That's right. And that's what the event's going to do for, the teams in this area, like your Floridas and your Florida States. Well, they may not have a chance to get all the way to Mississippi and see a Lewisburg type program or a Mag Heights program or a Farragut, Tennessee program, but you bring them in your backyard, they'll be here.
Sent towards right field, could be the double play. It is.
Nice play by the shortstop there. Not be able to hold his foot, be able to get the glove down.
So Harper flies out to right field, and Mitchell fires in to a lump ball, and Stewart will go down as well. So a little unorthodox, but still your double play. And Owen Pugh will come to the plate with 2 gone and nobody aboard. So are all the teams set now? I mean, we know precisely who is in.
Yes, all the teams are set, and we're excited for it. Farragut, Tennessee is actually, they're going to come down early, and they're going to play Holmes County High School on Monday, and then on Tuesday, Lewisburg is going to come in and, make a week out of it, make a spring trip week out of it, and they're going to play Farragut on Tuesday night, and then we'll play Donaldson Christian out of Nashville, Tennessee on Tuesday night. So that's going to be – that was a regular scheduled game. We've always played Donaldson out of Nashville for 20 years now. That guy does a really good job, and he's going to bring his program down again, and they're going to play a few games, but it just happened to be during the week of the tournament.
All right, let me ask this. I'm going to put your brain to the test. How many different states represented by the teams that will be here?
Let's see. We have Florida, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Louisiana. So it's going to be very good. So the tournament schedule, on Thursday you'll have Magnolia Heights versus Lincoln High School right here at South Walton, and you'll have Baton Rouge Catholic versus Lewisburg, Mississippi at Northwest Florida. And then at 2 o'clock you'll have Farragut, Tennessee, and Magnolia Heights here at South Walton. You'll have Winter Park and Mosley over at Gulf Coast. And then at 5 o'clock you'll have Baton Rouge Catholic versus Lincoln here. And then at 8 o'clock you'll have Stoneman Douglas versus South Walton on Thursday night. And then on Friday morning you'll have Lincoln versus South Walton at 10 a.m. Then you'll have Magnolia Heights versus Winter Park at 1. You'll have Farragut, Tennessee versus Baton Rouge Catholic at 4. And also at 4 you'll have Mosley versus Clay High School, which is in the Jacksonville area, and that game will actually be over at Mosley, but it's part of the tournament.
In the center field with a throw designed to gun down Pugh. Pugh in with a stolen base.
And then you'll have nationally ranked Farragut, Tennessee versus nationally ranked Stoneman Douglas on Friday night. Then on Saturday you'll have Winter Park versus Baton Rouge Catholic. You'll have Mosley versus Magnolia Heights, and then you'll have Lincoln versus Stoneman Douglas. So it's going to be a fun event. I expect a really big crowd because our community does a good job. The community here in Santa Rosa does a good job of coming out, supporting, and they love baseball here. It's going to be a really huge event. We just, Nick Singleton and James Gamble in the Showcase Series, it's credit goes to them for, creating the idea, and, then me and Coach Borthwick have got together and got the teams in it, and we're actually going to have a parent from the Booster Club feed the team while they're here, and then we'll have some prizes for the coaches as well. So it's going to be a very big event, and like I said, JockJive's going to cover the event. So so for the guys like Tennessee and Florida and Louisiana, if you can't make it up, you can always hit that button to watch the game.
Well, I guess we've covered everything except the actual dates. We know it's in March. All right, what are the dates?
March 11th through the 16th are going to be the dates. The 11th and 12th are really part of the tournament, but the tournament actually starts the 14th through the 16th. It's just you have those couple teams wanting to make a week out of it, so they're going to play earlier in the week here at South Walton. But the tournament is March 14th through the 16th, and it'll be games all day, starting at 9 a.m., 10 a.m., and then going till 8 or 9, 10 o'clock at night.
Got a meeting on the bump here in the bottom part of the fourth, 1 hour and 10 minutes in. By the way, you mentioned, and I'm not sure that I believe you. I don't want to hurt your feelings, Daniel, but you said Nick Singleton is coming here today.
Yeah. He's going, I guess he's probably, let's see, it's 2 o'clock, so he's probably filling up the jet right now, trying to get it, all the radio checks and make sure, and
because he's in Tahiti. How long what's the flight like from there to here?
I'm not sure. I'll have to check with him when he gets here, but we'll definitely have to talk to his people and try to get him on the air when he does get here to make an appearance. Maybe he can fly the jet, park the jet out there at the Boys and Girls Club right next door to us.
Got a new pitcher coming in. The tenure on the bump for Porter Nelson, short-lived. He will face a total of 4 and work a third of an inning and hand it over to a new guy. Okay, tell us what this is all about, the fall ball. What's the purpose? What's the benefit to the participants?
The participants that are participating in fall ball is just preparing them for spring action, helping them develop with reps, because that's the way you get better as a player, as you just take as many live reps as possible. You live ABs, you're facing live batters, you're going through situations to improve your game and your skill development. And that's what it's all about. And our coaches do a really good job. Coach Darnell, Coach Marshall, and Coach Campbell do a really good job of the 3 UBO teams we have in the Panhandle during the fall. They do a really good job of development players and, rotating players. Like this kid can play second base, but he's also an outfielder, so the coaches make sure that he gets the same amount of reps in the infield as he does in the outfield. They get their innings on the mound, and it's really good for them to develop, and that's the strategy behind the fall program, is to get better. Good venues, good baseballs on the weekend. It's great weather in the Panhandle, and it's all about developing your skills, getting ready for the spring season for the JV baseball or varsity baseball.
And it does seem like this year there are more weekend events this fall as compared to a year ago. And, of course, over the summer, certainly appeared as though, as the throw goes into center field, spin move designed to pick off Pugh, instead gets Pugh to third.
Yes, we've the fall season has gotten bigger. I mean, it seems like, I heard you talk about last week, earlier that, time flies, and I feel like I was in coastal Alabama a couple weeks. I felt like it was yesterday, and, we've done a really good job this fall. We've been at coastal Alabama. We've been at Pensacola. We were at Eagle Stadium in Ozark last weekend, and now we're here at South Walton, and we have 2 more events coming up. Is we are at Tallahassee Community College next weekend, and then Wallace at Dothan the prior weekend up until November, and that'll pretty much be the fall reps for the Southeast. Now we still have other tournaments going on, like this weekend we're at Mississippi Gulf Coast, and then next weekend we'll be at New Orleans, and we'll be at the University of Houston.
Now, are those different tournaments, or they're all part of the same, with the same design?
Yes.
The same game plan in mind?
Yes, everything in the fall is exactly the same. It's Saturday, Sunday. Everybody's guaranteed 3 games. So it's the same kind of format throughout the whole organization. And that's what we try to learn people on, is not only do we have teams here in Florida are in the Panhandle. We actually have tournaments in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas.
Well, got a different pitcher, but the same results. There have been 3 walks in a row, 2 issued by Dixon, 1 now from Cunningham. Bases loaded, and as Hayes Ammons steps in.
And the Roberts, you know, the fall season goes by quick, and you know it'll be time to sign up for summer. Summer ball's right around the corner. I mean, you blink and it's gonna be May, and it's gonna be spring training all over again at Colin and Southwest Mississippi Junior College over in Mississippi. I think that's the halfway point for the Alabama, Florida guys and the Louisiana, Mississippi kids. That's the halfway point, and that's why. And those, you know, it's a fun event. We bring the kids in on a Friday, and they, you know, they get their jerseys, they take their team pictures, they meet their coach. The parents get an opportunity to meet their coach, and they're nice strikeout there.
And a big one, by the way, with the bases loaded.
Yes, very big strikeout by Jace Cunningham, South Walton Seahawk, by the way.
Did not know that. How many Seahawks you got here?
We have 2 this fall right now. We have Philip Cryer and Jace Cunningham, and then Nathan Whitney will be with Vision here coming up at 5 o'clock.
Well, Daniel Ballard, you've consumed the 4th. You did an excellent job. We'll have to do this again sometime.
Yeah, no problem, Robert. And I mean, I'm going to have to, during the 5th and 6th and 7th inning, I'm going to have to get with Nick Singleton's people because he's probably going to be in the air. So I've got to get with Nick Singleton's people to see if we can get him on air before the tournament ends.
If you will do that, I mean, we may need to talk via two-way or something, but we'll make it happen.
Yes, sir, Robert. I appreciate JockJive and everything you do for the Showcase Series, and you're always welcome here at South Walton.
Hey, enjoy the stays here. Daniel, thanks for being with us.
Yes, sir.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing. And
we get the top of the 5th underway. Shelby Caleb will start it off. Colton Easton and Gabriel Mitchell due up in the inning, too. Porter Nelson, who came into the ball game in the 4th, now working the 5th in a 2-1 game. Lead changed hands in the bottom of the 3rd, and here we are in the top of the 5th. And the lead still in the hands of 5-Star Mafia. Popped up on the infield, and coming in from second to make the catch, that is Brody Rhodes. So 1 away for Colton Easton. There's a good look at Porter Nelson, who came in the 4th, gave up a single, but did not give up a run. First pitch a little bit low to Easton. Easton ground into the 1-3 in the 2nd. Gabriel Mitchell to the on-deck circle. Ground to 3rd. Nice backhanded 3rd. Braden Shirley over to 1st with a nice defensive play. And there's 2 gone. He made it look easy. Two down for Gabriel Mitchell. And Porter Nelson very thankful for the nice play over in 3rd. Could have been an extra base hit. But Braden Shirley makes sure it's not. This one is lifted in the direction of left. And coming over to make the catch, Charlie Fountain. 1-2-3 goes UBO Marshall. In the top of the fifth, we're headed to the bottom of the inning in a 2-1 game.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike three on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout.
Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick.
Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing.
Bottom of the fifth gets underway. Braden Shirley will start it off. Charlie Fountain, Clay Johnson due up in the inning 2. Braden Shirley with that nice defensive play on the Colton Easton at bat. Able to backhand the grounder, hug on the foul line, and go over to first with the throw and get Easton on the 5-3 putout. Steps in facing Cunningham for the first time in the game. The other Shirley at bat was with Jordan Dixon on the hill. Dixon worked 2/3 of an inning, faced 4, no strikeouts, 2 walks, 1 hit given up. And he did not allow a run. Fouled away by Shirley. Shirley reached on an error and scored 1 of the 2 runs in the 3rd inning. Mishandled by a Lumbaugh at short. And Shirley will be on. That is the 3rd UBO Marshall error. And it is the 2nd time that Shirley's been the benefactor. Base runner on in the bottom of the 5th. That will drop into right field. Base hit. On his way to 3rd, Shirley. Charlie Fountain. 5th base hit of the game for 5-star, and a couple of base runners are on. And we move back to the top of the order. Clay Johnson coming to the plate. Johnson is singled and popped out to left. Cooper Johnson moving to the on-deck circle. So we're to that Johnson and Johnson part of the order, and ain't talking baby powder. Clay and Cooper, who combined have gone 3 for 4 in the game. As that one is sent towards left field, and that will drop in. Dixon misjudged it a bit. He'll be charged with an error that gets Shirley in. Runners at first and second in a 3-1 game. And we get our first run since the 3rd inning. Check swing by Cooper Johnson. Johnson is single, double, driven in 2 runs. Fly ball towards center field, and there to make the catch is Carson Soche. Staying put at second, Fountain at first, Johnson. And there's one out for Porter Nelson. Porter Nelson has struck out and been hit by a pitch. Comes to the plate in the bottom of the 5th, an hour 25 into the game. So about 25 minutes left. And here comes Coach. Is it to get Cunningham? And yep, it is. So Cunningham leaves, the new pitcher coming in. Here, who is the new guy? We find out in 60.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Colton Easton, the new pitcher, as that is shot into center field by Porter Nelson. And the bases are loaded as Fountain goes to third, Johnson to second. Nelson with a base hit at first. Loaded up for Connor Davidson. Easton in for Chase Cunningham, who worked 2/3 of an inning. Faced 6, 1 strikeout, 1 walk, no hits. And he's now allowed a run and is responsible for 2 of the base runners aboard. Inside with a pitch to Davidson. Kellen Stewart to the on-deck circle. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate. And a single out, Cooper Johnson with a fly out to center field. Couple of unbeatens, the 2-0 Marshall, the 2-0 5-star. And don't forget to download the Showcase Series app. It allows you to keep up with what's happened and what will happen. And there is the double play. Lined out, Caleb steps on the bag to get out Nelson. Couple of base runners are stranded. 1 run comes in. And it's a 3-1 lead, 5-star Mafia.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
Top of the 6th gets underway. Penalumba starting it off. Tate Glover and Jordan Dixon, 2 up in the inning, 2. We have gone deeper into this game than any game prior today. We're into the 6th. And we're at the 1 hour and 34-minute mark. So do we get to the 7th? A possibility. I would say a little better than 50-50 odds. Popped up over into right field, and that will go into foul territory. So Alumba putting on the brakes. He'll go back to the plate. And wait another pitch. Long run over for Matthew Morgan. Nearly got there, but came up just a little bit short. And that will put Alumba back at the plate. He walked in the 3rd and got caught trying to steal 2nd. Swing and a miss, strikeout, Ben Alumba. And for Porter Nelson, that's his first of the ball game. It is the 3rd for Star Mafia pitching. And there's one away with Tate Glover coming to the plate. Well, we are back for one more showcase series. That'll happen the first weekend in November. Headed to Pearl River Community College over in Poplarville. And I know I mention it every time, but, you know, Jimmy Buffett was pretty big. He took a few semesters at Pearl River. I don't think he played any baseball there, nor football. Wasn't an athlete, just took a couple of classes. And Poplarville is a little town over in Mississippi, but they're also home to Chapel Hart. Now, I'm not really into country music, but I understand they are a kind of a mid-range band in country music. Some success nationally from that Poplarville area too. Fly ball to left field. Nearly overrun, but able to make the catch was Caleb Harper. And there is 2 away. Jordan Dixon to the plate. Dixon ground into the 4-3 in the 3rd. He is 0 for 1 in the ball game. Porter Nelson getting his 3rd inning of work in. The starting pitcher Clay Johnson worked 3. He faced 10, and this is the 10th that Nelson has faced in his 3 innings. Here is the 0-2 offering. Strike 3, brought it into the zone. Dixon caught looking. 3 go up, 3 go down in the top of the 6th. We head to the bottom of the inning in a 3-1 contest.
That's hit well. Finds the gap, hits, rolls off. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got to. There's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as teams, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just 1. That is socked into. Runner takes off. The hit and run lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
Well, we won't go to the bottom of the 6th. They have wrapped this one up after a total of what, 4.5? Or is that 5.5? 5.5. 5.5 innings in. It is a 3-1 win. And in this particular division, the two unbeatens battle, and coming out on top is 5-Star Mafia with a 3-1 win. UBO Marshall, 3 hits, 4 errors. They leave a single runner stranded and get their lone run in the first. 5-Star Mafia, 5 hits, no errors. They leave 10 on and disperse their runs this way, 2 in the third, 1 in the 5th. And they are hoisting the 2023 Showcase Series champion banner as a result of their win. 2 more to go. Come back, won't you? 3 o'clock, more baseball here on JockJive. For all the folks with the Showcase Series and JJ, I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody.
He actually, when we stopped on the way home, he actually bought her one and gave it to her. He said, "This is yours. You can come tonight away from me."
There you go, baby. There you go. There you go, Kevin. There you go, baby. There you go.
Hi, everybody. Welcome as we get game number 4 underway on a 5-game Sunday. Prime 9:18, you and the Swamp Donkeys playing baseball as Buddy Griffin steps in and starts it off and starts off with a strikeout for Prime 9. Colby Yates batting in the 2 spot. The rest of that lineup has Owen Newsom batting 3rd, Cole Etheridge 4th, Zach Chrysler is the 5-hitter, Kason Evans hits 6th, Riley Rose 7th, Ben Glover 8th, Gavin Foltz is the 9-hitter, Noah Jeffers in the 10 spot, and Noah Miller batting 11th for Prime 9. Swamp Donkeys putting Gavin Schmidt on the hill. Meanwhile, behind the plate, Peyton Holland. First baseman is Justin Smarr at 2nd. Connor Houck, that is hit 3rd, fielded by Quincy Wilson, goes to 1st, and Yates is out number 2. At short, Dylan Houck. And we just mentioned, we introduced you to Quincy Wilson at 3rd. Got an outfielder, Brock Schmidt, and left center fielder, Braden Faust. And the Swamp Donkeys with Jake Ellis in right field. 2 gone, nobody aboard. Owen Newsom stepping in. Next to the last game of the day. As that one is sent foul over towards the dugout at first. Got up to 80 today. I don't know if it is still at 80, but I can find out. Pull up the iPhone weather app. Punch in my location, Santa Rosa Beach. Says it is 80 degrees under cloudy skies. As that is fouled off over towards some very young gentlemen playing baseball out behind the diamond under adult supervision with uniforms. So must be one of the area youth leagues, and I think it is a practice session. So they practice catching those high fly balls from another diamond. Outside with a pitch to Newsom. Cole Etheridge on deck. 80 degrees, feels like 81. Winds out of the southwest at 7 with gusts to 10. Popped up behind the plate, and let's see if a catch can be made. It can be by Peyton Holland. 3 go up, 3 go down. Nobody scores in the top of the first. We head to the bottom of the inning. And the Swamp Donkeys are going to I shouldn't say it right. Hee-haw their way to the plate in the bottom of the inning. Okay. Wasn't good stuff. I'll work on my material.
Part of the third. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. As that is a good-looking pitch, got the inside. Swing and miss. Brian.
First pitch, Dylan Houck sending it into center field, and then the catch is made by Colby Yates. One pitch and one away here in the bottom of the first. Dylan Houck, the leadoff guy. Quincy Wilson coming to the plate as the two-hitter. Justin Smart hitting third. Connor Houck is the four-hitter. Gavin Schmidt in the five spot. Brock Schmidt batting sixth. Braden Faust is the seven-hitter. Peyton Holland hitting eighth. Jake Ellis ninth, and Reed Shriver is the 10-hitter. Michael Buzzboom on the bump for prime 9. Meanwhile, behind the plate, Kaysen Evans, first baseman Cole Etheridge, and second Owen Newsom. The shortstop is Riley Rowe. Third baseman Zach Chrysler. And you got an outfield of Gavin Foltz in left. Center fielder is Colby Yates. Right fielder Ben Glover. Into the dirt, or those little rubber pellets on an artificial turf. But we're considering it the equivalent of dirt. So when we say dirt on an artificial turf, it's not actual dirt, but you get the picture. Justin Smart on deck, one away, nobody aboard. We are in the bottom of the first. Fourth game of the day. Been treated to a couple of run rule games and a close one, a 3-1 final in the game that wrapped up prior to this one. Wilson, the Swamp Donkey third baseman, taking a high pitch and taking a trip down to first with a walk. So a base runner aboard here in the bottom part of the first. As soon as my wife heard I was doing a game with the Swamp Donkeys, she said, I want a t-shirt. I don't think they have t-shirts. I'm looking at the jersey, and does it have Swamp Donkeys on it? It's got something on the front. But it's not a picture of a swamp donkey. Well, it does say Swamp Donkeys. Gonna have to get one of those for the wife. She's got a tarp skunk jersey. Down to second and in with a stolen base is Wilson. She has got a fighting squirrel jersey. You know, is into those unique mascot names. So I'll see if we can add Swamp Donkey to her collection. Base runner in scoring position for Justin Smar. Connor Houck to the on-deck circle outside with pitch to Smar. If memory serves me correctly, he is an ambidextrous thrower. I don't know if he is the same hitting-wise, if he'll hit from both sides of the plate. Smar waiting. You know, it would, in my little pea brain, would stand to reason that if you throw with both hands, you can hit with both hands, but I don't think that's always true. I think there's a kid up in Alabama that's an ambidextrous pitcher, but can only hit one way. And a shot over into left field. That'll be a base hit. Then it will hop over the head of Gavin Foltz. Wilson comes in to score. Smar winds up at second with an RBI double. Well, that is the thing about playing on an artificial turf when you're not particularly used to it. It can take a more definitive hop. And Foltz thought he had gotten there to field, and it just took one of those turf hops. And bound its way to the fence. And Smar winds up at second. Wilson comes in. And the Swamp Donkeys take a 1-zip lead. Low inside pitch to Connor Houck. Gavin Schmidt moving to the on-deck circle. Shoved over in the direction of right, but goes foul. Trying to get there to field it on the line drive as Etheridge can't. And Connor Houck will step back in. Gavin Schmidt awaiting his chance next. Pitch low and inside. Smart big jump. He'll wind up third without a throw. 90 feet away from becoming the second Swamp Donkey run. And the Swamp Donkeys made up of Central High School ball players, Jaguars. Collaboration of a number of campuses into one back in the, when was that? 80s, 90s? Over to Orns and on top of the dugout at first. Etheridge, Chrysler, and Evans when you get to the second inning for Prime 9. Here's the buzz boom pitch popped up by Houck. And Collingford at second making the catch. That is Owen Newsom. Houck with a fly out for out number 2. So 2 gone and Gavin Schmidt coming to the plate. Well, I know a gentleman when we played baseball with the Swamp Donkeys at Coastal Alabama South told me that Houck, and of course there is Dylan and Connor, was a German name. I know Schmidt is a German name, so that would be Gavin and Brock. So at least 4 of the 10 of German descent, or at least ties to German descent. Swing and a miss by Gavin Schmidt. Of course, when I think of Schmidt and baseball, I think of Mike Schmidt. Hall of Famer, longtime Philadelphia Phillies third baseman. I think he played some first too. Brock Schmidt is on deck. I think the first base for Mike Schmidt came later in his career. Made his mark, earned the Golden Gloves, and probably for the most part, the Hall of Fame, playing as a third baseman. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Gavin Schmidt. High pitch, Smar coming about a third of the way down the line from third, backs up without a throw from Kaysen Evans. Strike 3, got the outside part of the plate. Smar's left on, Wilson the lone run that plates. Swamp Donkeys take a 1-zip lead into inning number 2. Most ever to watch a baseball game here. Swing. It is 1-2. There. Eli Snelson in center field. Christian Corona is the right fielder. Go to the bottom part of the inning. Colton Wood has recovered. Bring Hankins, Stevenson, and Brown to the plate. All batting ninth. Christian Mincy is the 10 guy. And first, though, and we're talking about the second innings, Zach Munger. Swing and miss, Brewer. Got a base runner on, nobody gone. Same on Saturday, and 3 again tomorrow. Leading off the third. 2-2 pitch on the outside part, where will be the weekend of Mobile as Lambert. Bryce Eddington, a teammate on that Bishop State squad, is due up. Christian Early will hit 9th. And Top of the second gets underway. Cole Etheridge starting it off. Zach Chrysler, Kason Evans due up in the inning 2 in a 1-zip game. Swamp Donkeys get a hit and a run in the first. As this one is sent towards right field, it will sail over the head of Jake Ellis. Hops over the fence, a ground rule double to begin the second for Prime 9's Cole Etheridge. And both teams with a base hit, and both teams with a base hit. That's a double. Zach Chrysler coming to the plate with a base runner in scoring position. Kason Evans awaiting his chance next. Popped up, foul territory. Smart can't make the catch. Traveled a little too far towards the dugout at first and couldn't come back and get it. And Zach Chrysler will come back to the plate with another opportunity to check out a Gavin Schmidt pitch. Strike delivered, and that one actually got by Holland but bounced off Blue, which meant Etheridge would have to stay at second. If the ball goes to the screen, he might be at third. Chrysler picking up the K. He will fan his second in the game. Got Griffin in the first, gets Chrysler in the second. And there's one away for Kason Evans. In both instances, however, that strikeout was the first out of the inning. Griffin in the first, Chrysler in the second. Riley Rowe moving to the on-deck circle. Swamp Donkeys with Schmidt, Faust, and Holland in the bottom of the second. Hey, great to have you watching the game's coverage, whether it's on JockJive or on YouTube. A little bit outside with the offering to Evans. A little bit inside with the pitch. Did he go? Apparently, either Holland thought he did or he was trying to brace himself from a potential stumble. Let's see if I can squeeze it in quickly and we can see whether he went or not. That was close. And just in case he did, Holland tags him, but he didn't. And awaits another Schmidt pitch. Strikes out there, though. Chrysler swinging, Evans looking, 2 gone. And Schmidt with 3 Ks in the game. Riley Rowe next. Flies this one towards left field, and he didn't move hardly at all. Brock Schmidt brings it in. Etheridge with a leadoff double, stranded at second.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. on the inside part of the. There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss, picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss, that will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing.
Bottom of the second, Brock Schmidt starts it off. Braden Faust and Peyton Holland due up in the inning, 2. Prime 9 gets a leadoff double from Cole Etheridge, but left him at second. And that is fouled off of Brock Schmidt. And he is a little wobbly as a result. I know I've mentioned it previously. I really am surprised that there aren't more serious injuries from people hitting themselves with fouled off pitches than they actually are. I know occasionally you get a cracked bone or a cracked toe. It just seems like it would happen a lot more often. At the speed that baseball is traveling off the stick and hitting the foot. High and inside with a pitch to Schmidt. Well, it's that point in the game where we get you updated on what's happening elsewhere. And your what is happening elsewhere is a lot of NFL, and looks like tonight you got the Rangers and Astros playing in baseball. As that has popped up left side, and this one will drop in, and there again, hop over the head of Gavin Foltz. But holding over at first is Schmidt, and Schmidt still feeling the effects of that fouled off pitch. He's wobbly, hobbling over at first. On with a single, Braden Faust coming to the plate. Peyton Holland moving to the on-deck circle. NFL got some finals in for you. Patriots knock off the Bills 29-25. Hit the short rather, possibility of 2. There's the 6, the 4, and the 3. Faust hitting into the double play. And there's 2 gone with the bases cleared for Peyton Highland. Giants beat the Commanders 14-7. Ravens all over the Lions 38-6. Bears beat the Raiders 30-12, and the Falcons knock off the Buccaneers 16-13. Strike delivered to Peyton Highland. Colts lead the Browns 38-33 with 45 seconds left in the game. Browns with a 3rd and 4 at the Colt 13. And then the Steelers and Rams, Cardinals and Seahawks just underway and scoreless. Still got the Packers and Broncos and Chargers and Chiefs this afternoon. Tonight, Dolphins and Eagles. Matchup between Tua and Jalen. Couple of Crimson Tiders. And both teams off to a great start, Dolphins and Eagles. Both 5-1. I know it's really way ahead of the game, but wouldn't it be an interesting Super Bowl to have the Eagles and the Dolphins meet? Peyton Highland awaiting the pitch. It is low, it is inside. He's given a walk down to first. And Jake Ellis will come to the plate. I know we've got a lot of Auburn fans going, no, I wouldn't be interested. But I think even if you're not into the Crimson Tide, my wife is, me, I got to cheer for him since she does. But it's just the, Tua and Jalen, one kind of unseating the other, both on the same team, would make for an interesting Super Bowl. Could happen. Jake Ellis followed by Reed Shriver. Then the top of the order comes to the plate. On the inside part of the plate to Ellis. Glover, Fultz, and Jeffers, 8, 9, and 10 in the order, coming to the plate for prime 9. When you get to the top of the 3rd, all showcase normalcies still in place. Got your 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. Got your mercy rules after 3, 4, and 5. Jake Ellis with Peyton Highland on. Got a sizable lead over at first. And he'll take off for second on the hit and run. It is fouled out of play. That first baseman, Cole Etheridge, is a big fella. I don't have a roster that gives height and weight. But he's a tall guy over at first. And again, Holland takes off. This time it is wrapped towards center field, and there to make the catch. Colby Yates. Ellis flies out. 1 runner is stranded. Nobody scores. 2 complete. And the Donkeys up by 1.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full. 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing.
Top of the third gets underway. Ben Glover will start it off. Gavin Foltz and Noah Jeffers due up in the inning, too. There's been a good crowd on hand for every game this afternoon. Of course, perfect weather. I say perfect. I guess if it hits 80, that's maybe slightly above perfect. Perfect would be in that 72, 75 range, but just about as close as you could get. As it is fouled away by Glover. And I think the crowd's growing in part the fact that Showcase Series is growing a reputation for quality baseball. You come to the Diamond, whether you are watching JV varsity or collegiate level athletes, when you watch Showcase Series baseball, you are pretty much guaranteed you're going to see some quality stuff. As that one is sent towards center field and sails over the head of Braden Faust on his way to second is Ben Glover, and for the second consecutive inning, the first base hit of the inning has been a double. Same thing happened in the second. Etheridge led off with a double. He got left at second. Here in the third, Glover starts with a double, and we will see if he's left aboard. Outside with a pitch to Gavin Foltz. Noah Jeffers, Noah Miller due up in the inning, too. Outside with a pitch to Foltz. On the outside part of the plate, bottom of the order when you get to the bottom of the third for the Swamp Donkeys. Don't forget, too, to download the Showcase Series app. You can find out what happened yesterday, what has happened today, and what's coming up. One more game to go at 5 p.m. Vision and Bucks baseball. Inside with a pitch to Fultz. These two teams coming out of the red division, Swamp Donkeys 2-0, having allowed 6 runs and scoring 13. Prime 918U 0-2. They've allowed 27 and scored 5, but they have given the Swamp Donkeys all they can handle through 2 into the 3rd. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate to Fultz. And again, some similarities between the innings for Gavin Schmidt. First out, a strikeout. Struck out Griffin in the first. First out in the second was the strikeout of Chrysler. And the first out in the third, the fanning of Fultz. Hit to second, fielded by Houck. Goes to first, gets the out. The contact between Jeffers and Smar, but all is good. And there's 2 gone with Glover making his way to third. Two gone for Noah Miller. Top of the order, Buddy Griffin to the on-deck circle. Swamp Donkeys knocking off Vision 6-1, and Bucks Baseball 7-5. That's the 2 teams that meet later. Meanwhile, Prime 9 losing Division 13-1, and Bucks Baseball 14-4. High and away with the pitch to Noah Miller. 1 ball, couple of strikes. Ground towards short. Houck's got it. Throw to first, able to scoop it with Smar, and Miller is out on the 6-3. Glover is left on. Got a little further down the road than Etheridge, but still left aboard, and it's still a 1-zip game as we head to the bottom of the 3rd.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
First pitch, bottom of the third. It's a fly out to left field, and the catch made by Ben Glover. Schreiber out number one. Well, Daniel Ballard has been summoned somewhere here near the diamond to retrieve a snake. We don't know yet what kind of snake. But we are sitting, right off a wooded, a treed, a brush and shrub area. So we'll find out what kind of snake, what kind of serpent in a bit. You cover enough baseball, seemingly. I can't recall seeing many animals run onto a football field. Certainly haven't seen animals on a basketball court. Seems to be baseball that attracts the critters. It's been about 4 or 5 years ago. Was doing a game late into the night in Enid, Oklahoma. It was the NJCAA Division II Baseball Championships. And we were about 11:30 at night, and all of a sudden the center fielder begins waving his arms, going, stop play, stop play. And didn't know what the issue was to begin with, and then I spotted these two little black and white critters. A couple of skunks had run onto the field, and yeah, if I was a center fielder, I would be, I don't know if I'd be waving stop, I would be running. And there are more skunk stories from David Allen Memorial Ballpark there in Enid, but I won't share. But today it's apparently a snake that isn't that far away from venturing onto the diamond. So Daniel Ballard, tournament director, little did he know that when he became a tournament director for the Showcase Series that he could be hauling off snakes. One away for Dylan Houck. Houck with a fly out to center field in the first. Quincy Wilson to the on-deck circle. Got one more game to go, then we'll wrap up the Showcase Series at South Walton. Hit the second, knocked down by Newsom. Able to recover. Simpson pull it over to first, gets Houck on the 4-3. And there's two away. Quincy Wilson with a walk and the only run scored in the game. It happened in the first. That is knocked down by Buzzboom, and then he'll throw it into the dirt. It'll go over to the dugout on his way to second. Quincy Wilson. Well, nice recovery after the knockdown. But then the mind does all kinds of things, and sometimes the hand-arm coordination after the fact don't concur. Well, Buzzboom with a smile on the face, which would indicate he's okay. Got a base runner aboard in scoring position, two gone here in the bottom part of the third. Justin Smart coming to the plate, the three-hitter. Connor Houck to the on-deck circle. A rather lengthy meeting, but it breaks up. Buzzboom stays in. And why not? It's a one-zip ball game. Got two gone, bottom of the third. Justin Smarr with a double that drove in the only run of the ball game. Quincy Wilson in the first, back to the plate in the third. And I'm sure the bulk of the meeting on the bump was to discuss strategy as to how to stop Smart. Don't want him to hurt him again. Had the double the last time he came to the plate. Outside with a pitch to Smart. On virtue of the fact that the Swamp Donkeys have already knocked off Vision and Bugs Baseball, and Bugs Baseball and Vision have both defeated Prime 9, Swamp Donkeys are the best of the Reds. But they would like to go home with a unbeaten mark. Outside with a pitch to Smart. Wilson getting his lead at second, trying to sneak in behind his row. Buzz Boone gives a look to the runner and now fakes the throw to getting back closer to the bag. Outside with the offering to Smart. Top of the order to the plate in the fourth for Prime 9, Griffin, Yates, and Newsom. 1, 2, and 3 in the order. Buzz Boone's offering out of the strike zone down to third standing is Wilson. The walk given to Smart. Couple of base runners on for the cleanup hitter, Connor Houck. Houck with a fly out to second. He was the second out in the first inning. Gavin Schmidt moving to the on-deck circle. Off and running is Smart. There will not be a throw. A look, though, to third, and Wilson holds there. Well, I mentioned Daniel Ballard off tracking down a snake. I hope he doesn't bring it up into the box going, hey, what kind of snake is this? Floated towards center field, and there to make the catch is Colby Yates. I've heard it said, and I agree. I don't like live snakes, dead snakes, or sticks that look like snakes.
That's hit well. Finds the gap, hits, rolls off. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got to. There's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as teams, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just 1. That is socked into. Runner takes off, the hit and run, lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning, 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
Top of the fourth gets underway. Top of the order. Buddy Griffin coming to the plate. Colby Yates, Owen Newsom due up in the inning, too. And, well, Daniel is back from a newfound adventure. It was a poisonous snake. It was a cottonmouth. And you say a pretty good size one. We're talking 4 or 5 feet. Well, I've already mentioned, I was talking while you were gone, that I am not a big snake fan. Poisonous, unpoisonous, or, again, anything that even resembles a snake. But his life is ended. And that is good. Not too far away from humanity, I guess. There were people nearby. So it had to be taken care of, and Daniel, great job. You never knew that you would be eligible for hazard pay when you worked the Showcase Series. Got a swing and a miss and a throw down to first on the drop strike 3, but out goes Buddy Griffin. And Gavin Schmidt still got a string in process. The first out in every inning has been a strikeout. Is there any significance? No. It's just one of those odd things I begin to notice. And there is one away with Colby Yates coming to the plate. Outside with a pitch to Yates. Yates ground into the 5-3 in the first. Owen Newsom to the on-deck circle. And apparently, by the way, the extinguishing of a cottonmouth's life was aided by members of the Bucks baseball team. Good to have a team here that's outdoorsy. Colby Yates ground into the 5-3 that is fouled out of play. Owen Newsom moving to the on-deck circle, mid part of the order in the bottom of the fourth for the Swamp Donkeys. Chasing one low. Yates, another drop, another pickup, another throw to first, and another out. As there are 2 gone in the top of the fourth. Oops. Hit a wrong button previously. I've mentioned I'm a one-man band. So when there's a mistake on the graphic, a mistake on the play-by-play, a mistake in the camera switching. If there's a mistake in general, you can blame it on me. I hit the button for a base runner instead of the button for an out. So thus you had somebody get first and didn't have anybody gone. So we've corrected. 2 gone, nobody aboard. Owen Newsom lifting that one in the direction of center field. It drops in. And Newsom is on his way to second, 3rd consecutive inning with a double for Prime 9. Prior 2 came with nobody gone. This one comes with 2 outs. And that'll bring Cole Etheridge to the plate. Zach Chrysler to the on-deck circle. Schmidt, and Faust. Gavin, Brock, and Braden. When you get to the bottom part of the fourth for the Swamp Donkeys. Prime 9 would love to tie it up, though, before we get there. Etheridge with one of the 3 doubles for Prime 9. As a matter of fact, there have been 3 Prime 9 base hits, and every one of them doubles. And by the way, this is a pinch hitter for Etheridge. I think this is Vince Buffy. Lineup card for Prime 9 had 2 subs. Had one listed as 23, Reed Roberts, which would lead me to believe the other is number 3, Vince Buffy. And he will strike out. 3 Ks in the inning. In between a Newsome double, he's left on at second. There have been 3 base hits and 3 runners stranded for Prime 9.
Part of the third. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. As that is a good-looking pitch, got the inside. Swing and miss. Brian Raskol.
And don't forget to follow us, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. And Threads is where we place all of the scores exclusively for us. Threads are scores. Every post scores. So if you're looking for scores of stuff that we do, that's where it's at, on Threads. Might occasionally put it on Twitter and a little less occasionally on Facebook. And, of course, subscribe to our YouTube channel. And that's not a mandate, not a requirement, just a request. Trying to build the numbers, and very soon there will be programming exclusively to YouTube. Inside with a pitch to Gavin Schmidt. We have crossed the 1 hour mark, an hour 5 into this one. Ground to second. Newsome's got it, goes to first. Schmidt out of the 4-3. One out for Brock Schmidt. So Buzz Boom takes care of one Schmidt, and then he's got another. Schmidt with a single in the second, one of 2 base hits for the Swamp Donkeys. The other was the Justin Smart double in the first. All total in the game, we've had 5 hits, and 4 have been doubles. A little bit outside with a pitch to Brock Schmidt. Well, I think the Swamp Donkeys have been part of each of the last 3 showcases that we've done. One at South, one at Pensacola, and now the one here. High inside pitch, Schmidt given a walk. That will be the 3rd Buzz Boom walk. He walked Wilson in the first, Holland in the second. Well, actually the 4th. Smart in the 3rd, and now Schmidt in the 4th. One out for Braden Faust. Faust ground into the 6-4-3. The lone double play of the game happened in the second inning. He is 0 for 1 in the contest. Peyton Holland moving to the on-deck circle. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Zach Chrysler, Kaysen Evans, Riley Rowe all due up when we get to the top of the 5th. High pitch to Faust in a 1-zip game. That 1 run came in the first. We haven't had anything since. Vision and Bucks baseball coming up. Able to get back safely at first is Schmidt. Buzzboom's pitch, just a little bit inside. Here's what's coming up with the showcase next weekend. Of course, our next weekend with the showcase comes in November, but next weekend you've got showcase events at Tallahassee Community College, the University of New Orleans, and the University of Houston. First weekend in November, as walk is issued to Faust, back-to-back walks. And a couple of base runners on. Pearl River and Wallace Dothan. In the second week in November, Mississippi Gulf Coast and San Jac in Houston. And as I mentioned, our next and last weekend with the series happens the first weekend in November at Pearl River. One of those really busy weekends. Got volleyball, the Gulf Atlantic District A and B championships in Mobile. Got Bayside Academy football against Alabama Christian. Got Coastal Alabama South, Coastal Alabama North women's basketball that weekend. Dropped into center field, base hit for Peyton Holland. Schmidt headed home. 2-3 goes Faust. Swamp Donkeys have doubled the lead. And they're runners at first and third. In a 2-zip game. Also, that first weekend in November, Clark Atlanta Morehouse football, GMC and College of DuPage football, Southern Union, Coastal North basketball, and it all happens that first weekend in November. Fouled away by Jake Ellis. Reed Shriver moving to the on-deck circle. Swamp Donkeys hadn't scored since the first. They have now. Got a run with one gone here in the bottom of the fourth. Holland, replaced by Wilson, got the stolen base. And a couple of base runners in scoring position for Jake Ellis. Bunt is pushed over towards Chrysler. Fields goes to first, gets the out, but in comes the run, the squeeze, bringing in Faust. Holland to third with two gone. Reed Shriver coming to the plate. Speaking of that very busy first weekend in November, I am doing a first. I am going to and from Chicago on the same day to do a game with GMC and College of DuPage. So I am relying heavily on the airlines to be on time. If they aren't, I am in big, big trouble. But the airlines always arrive on time, right? Leave on time, arrive on time. I know, love taking chances. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Shriver. Dylan Houck moving to the on-deck circle. 3-0 Swamp Donkey lead. And a shot in the direction of center field. Colby Yates backtracks to make the catch. Shriver flies out. Holland's left on, but Schmidt and Faust score. And the Swamp Donkeys by 3 headed to the 5th. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap. Top of the fifth, Zach Chrysler starting it off from prime 9. Kason Evans, Riley Rowe due up in the inning 2. Vision and Bucks baseball, all that's left between this and the end of the day, and the end of this weekend's baseball at South Walton, and the last Showcase Series game to be played this year at South Walton. I qualify that because you never know. But I don't think there's anything in the neighborhood that would be easily shifted here. That is one hop to second. Fielded by Hout, goes to first. And Chrysler is out number 1. One out for Kason Evans. Gavin Schmidt getting his 5th inning of work in, high and away with the pitch. Both starting pitchers have worked their way through 4, and we'll see if Buzz Boom is still on the hill in the bottom of the 5th. You have Schmidt still on the hill in the top of the inning. By the way, be sure to follow us on X, the former Twitter. I feel like when Prince, went to the symbol and we would call him, the artist formerly known as Prince. So I guess it's the social media site formerly known as Twitter. But when you go there, there is a clip of Mr. Darnell, Shelton Darnell, with a strikeout and some info on a really big day for Darnell. Pitched a perfect game, 4 innings, 8 strikeouts, no walks, no hits. Got 6 RBIs and a 2-for-2 performance with a triple and a grand slam. And we featured him on X. So you can go there and find it, like it, love it, retweet it, and share it. Dropped into left field, base hit for Evans. He will motor his way to second, be there standing. It is yet another double. 4 prime 9 base hits and all 2 baggers. Riley Rowe coming to the plate. Etheridge has doubled, Glover has doubled, Newsom has doubled, and Evans has doubled. Into the trees behind the first base dugout for Riley Rowe. Actually, this has been Glover. So we may have hopped over somebody in the lineup. So it is Glover hitting. Let me make sure that was Evans that had the double. Nope, that must have been Riley Rowe. Evans wears 11, and your runner is donning it. What, 3 or 9? I think that is 9. Of course, Evans, though, is the catcher, so you could have a courtesy runner in. So I'm sticking with Evans as the guy that smacked the double. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate to Glover. And there's 2 gone with Gavin Foltz coming to the plate. Well, that too is one of the differences where Fall Ball Showcase Series baseball, travel ball is concerned. You might get those changes in the lineup. Might hop over a player. Player could be in the pen warming up, coming into the game, throw to second, able to get back safely, Noah Miller. Or heck, you never know. Might have had to go home. Fouled away by Fultz. Fultz with a strikeout in the third. Top of the order to the plate in the bottom of the fifth. In the top of the order is Dylan Houck, Quincy Wilson, and Justin Smart.
There you go, baby. There's the floor, Gamma. Let's go. Stay close. Get up. Let's go.
Fultz struck out in the third. He's 0 for 1 in the ball game. Here's the Gavin Schmidt pitch. Fultz tried to check a swing and couldn't. He strikes out. Evans is left on. And another double that goes wasted for Prime 9. 4 doubles and 4 stranded as we head to the bottom of the fifth with Houck, Wilson, and Smart coming up.
That's hit well. Finds the gap, hits, rolls off. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got there's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as teams, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just 1. That is socked into. Runner takes off, the hit and run, lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning, 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
The new pitcher is Noah Miller. Miller in for Michael Buzzboom. Buzzboom will work a total of 4 innings, face 20, 1 strikeout, 5 walks, 3 hits, 3 runs, and hands it over to Noah Miller. And Miller will face Houck, Wilson, and Smar here in the bottom of the fifth. Here's a walk handed out to Dylan Houck, and he will go down to first. 6th walk issued by Prime 9 pitching. And that has gotten a runner on. Quincy Wilson coming to the plate. In safely with the stolen bases. Houck didn't wait long to try to get 90 feet further. Stands at second. Quincy Wilson with an opportunity to drive in the run. He has walked and reached on an error. Also, let me say thanks to Jason Thompson. Worked a couple of games yesterday. And he'll be back for the Saturday at Pearl River. And I will be back if Delta is on time for the Sunday games at Pearl River. Coach coming out to have a conversation with Noah Miller. It's a 3-zip ball game, and Prime 9 with time running out and baseball time running out too. I'm talking about the 1 hour, 50-minute time limit starting to dwindle down, and the fact that you're now into the bottom of the 5th, which means even if you've got time, you've only got 2 innings. So Prime 9 trying to keep it close. Doesn't want the Swamp Donkeys to expand the lead. There's a high fly ball, left center field, drops in, knocks up against the fence. Halk rounding third, comes in to score. Wilson's got a double that drives in yet another donkey. And it's a 4-zip game. And it has indeed been a double day. That is the 6th double in the ball game. Out of a total of, looks like 8 base hits. So only 2 singles, is that right? I'm looking at all numbers, yeah. Had a Schmidt single in the 2nd and a Holland single in the 4th. Otherwise, all hits have been doubles. Swamp Donkeys with 2 and Prime 9 with 4. Swing and a miss by Justin Smarr. Nobody gone. 1 runner in, 1 runner on. Here in the bottom of the 5th. 90 minutes into the game. That is flown to left field, and the catch made on the warning track by Gavin Foltz. Tagging and going to third is Wilson. So 1 away. Connor Halk, who was responsible for out 2 in the 1st and out 3 in the 3rd. Coming to the plate here in the 5th. Gavin Schmidt on deck. Inside pitch to Connor Halk. Ground to short, fielded by Newsom, now playing short. Over to first with a throw, gets Halk, but it also gets Wilson in. Two gone in a 5-zip game. And the base is cleared. Popped up to the left side, and there to make the catch is no longer Gavin Foltz. And the numbers aren't on the front of the jersey, only the back. Left fielder running towards me. May never know who made the catch. But Prime 9 does, and out goes Schmidt. 2 runs plate. We go to the 6th with the Swamp Donkeys up by 5. Part of the 3rd. On the outside late. A standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners.
And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. As that is a good-looking pitch, got the in-swing. Swing and miss. Brian Rapp.
Top of the sixth, Noah Jeffers starting it off. Noah Miller and Buddy Griffin due up in the inning 2. Swamp Donkeys had a run in the first. They've tacked on 4 since. And those 4 have come in the last 2 innings. 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, a 5-zip lead. And Gavin Schmidt, starting pitcher, still working the bump for the Swamp Donkeys. Strike 3, got the inside part of the plate on Jeffers. And there is one away. Well, we are right about the time that the prior game was called, midway through the 6th. So we will see if this one ends midway through 6. Prime 9 would like to say, we're going to score 5 runs and guarantee that we go to the bottom part of the inning or more. But if they don't, do we go to the bottom of the 6th? We'll find out. As a matter of fact, we'll probably keep it here a little bit longer this time than we did the prior game, just to make sure. Hit the short, dropped, picked back up. Houck over to first in time to get Miller on the 6-3. And there's 2 away as we head back to the top of the order. Buddy Griffin coming to the plate. Two gone, nobody aboard. Griffin has struck out twice. Did so in the first, did so in the 4th. And actually, this is not Buddy Griffin. He's donning 13. This is, I think, Reed Roberts I was told 23 is Reed Roberts, but I've got a feeling that it might be 13. That's what I'm going with until Mama walks in the box and says, hey, buddy, 13 ain't Reed Roberts. Little low and away with a pitch. And there's your swing, your miss. You're into the 6th. And I believe I just heard that is your ball game. So this one will go final. It will wrap up after 6. And the Swamp Donkeys will go unbeaten. And Prime 9 will go winless. Prime 9, 4 base hits, all doubles, 4 stranded, 1 error committed. Scoreless through 6. For Prime 9, Swamp Donkeys will actually get 5 innings of offense. Put up 4 base hits, 5 runs, do not commit an error, and strand 5. Their hits come this way, or their runs come this way, 1 in the 1st, 2 each in the 4th and 5th. And game 4 of 5 is wrapped up. Bucks and Vision. Last game this weekend at South Walton. Coming up in 28 minutes. See you then for all the folks with the Showcase Series and JockJive. I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It is the last game of the day. Vision and Bucks baseball. Robert Williamson set to bring the coverage. Got the lineup card from Bucks baseball literally moments ago, so still writing some names into the scorebook and almost got them all. So bear with me. Mason Clark, 10-hitter. And there we go. As that one is lifted in foul territory and out of play. Vision is the visiting squad. Bucks baseball, the home team in this one. And once I get positions into the book, and I've got them, we are there. Here we go with the lineup. Taking a look at what Vision's got. Cade Burnett stepping in to start things off. Harley Master is the 2-hitter. Yahir Burgos batting in the 3rd spot. Graydon Sheffield hits 4th. Bradley Garrett 5th. Landon Hawkins the 6-hitter. Joshua Peterson in the 7th spot. Sport Middlebrooks hitting 8th. Nathan Whitney is the 9-hitter, and Braden Dykes will bat 10th. Caden Quinn taking the hill for Bucks baseball. Behind the plate is Grady Campbell. First baseman Kason Sullivan. As out will go Burdett to begin the ball game. Rest of the defense for Bucks baseball. At second, Mason Clark. Shortstop is Landon Rhodes. Garrison Head at third. Left field, Colton Nelson. Center fielder, Austin Hendricks. And the right fielder, Nico Landavaso. And there is one away for Harley Messer. Yeah, here Burgos to the on-deck circle. Typically your Sundays 4 games, but today 5 in an effort to get everybody 3. High inside pitch to Messer. So a day that began at 9 a.m. will go just about 10 hours to around 7 o'clock, getting the ball game underway just a little bit early. Couple of teams that have lost once, and both have lost to the same team. They have both lost to the Swamp Donkeys. And the Swamp Donkeys have taken the Red Division because not only did they beat Vision and Bucks, they just got through defeating Prime 918U. So the champs in the Red Division is out. We'll go Messer. Back-to-back Ks, and you hear Burgos coming to the plate. Sun beginning to drop beyond the horizon as the days get a little shorter as we allegedly move towards the winter months. I'm not convinced we're headed that way based on temperatures. Got up to 80 today, 77 now. Sun sets in about an hour and 6 minutes. But I have a feeling the lights will come on before then. But the lights will come on wherever Daniel Ballard is. It's now via an app. Swatted foul by Burgos. Graydon Sheffield to the on-deck circle. Technology. It's an amazing thing. But as we all know, it can also be a very frustrating thing. But I think tonight, if when you hit that button on the app, the lights come on, we'll all be good. A little high with the offering to Burgos. Graydon Sheffield to the on-deck circle. UV index currently 0 and low. The air quality 38 and good. Winds at 8, gusting to 10. Hit to second, fielded by Clark, goes to first. 4-3 to put out of Burgos, and 1-2-3 goes Vision.
You an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Bottom of the first, Landon Road starting it off. Austin Hendricks batting second for Bucks baseball. Caden Quinn is the 3-hitter. Kason Sullivan in the 4th spot. And Grady Campbell hits 5th. Colton Nelson 6th. Nico Landavaso is the 7-hitter. Garrison Head hitting 8th. Philip Bearden 9th. And Mason Clark is the 10-hitter. There's a good look at Bradley Garrett. Got the starting nod on the bump in the final game of this event for Vision. As this one has popped up, foul territory. And reaching to make the catch, Joshua Peterson made something fairly difficult look fairly easy. And there's one out for Austin Hendricks. Well, you've been introduced to the catcher behind the plate, Joshua Peterson. At first, Fort Middlebrooks. Graydon Sheffield at second. Shortstop for Vision is Harley Messer. And the third baseman, Landon Hawkins. Cade Burdett in left, center fielder Yahir Burgos. And Nathan Whitney in right. A little high with the pitch to Hendricks. Caden Quinn on deck. And if you want to know what happened earlier today, there is a real simple process. Download the Showcase Series app. Sheffield to first, Hendricks out on the 4-3. And there is 2 away. And if you were to do that, you would see that 5-star Gulf Coast Savage beat UBO East 8-zip. UBO Darnell 12-0 over Prime 916U. 5-star Mafia Gulf Coast Stewart 3-1 winners over Marshall. And the game that just wrapped up, Swamp Donkeys knocking off Prime 918U 5-zip. And your winners today. In the blue division, 5-star Mafia. In the red, the Swamp Donkeys. A couple of teams that come into this one 1-1. And as I mentioned, both teams have lost to the Swamp Donkeys. Vision losing 6-1 and then knocking off Prime 918U 13-1. And Bucks baseball losing to the Swamp Donkeys 7-5. And you got a strikeout of Quinn. And a quick end to the top and bottom part of the inning. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap. Top of the second gets underway, as you saw on the break board. A pretty uneventful first inning. No hits, no runners, no walks, nothing. 6 went up, 6 went down. And here we go with the second inning. Took 13 minutes to complete, but we've already got a different start to inning number 2. Sheffield with a single to center. And Vision with a base runner on. That'll bring Bradley Garrett to the plate. Landon Hawkins to the on-deck circle. Runner takes off with the throw, and in safely is Sheffield with the stolen base. So a base runner in scoring position. And Bradley Garrett with an RBI opportunity. Landon Hawkins moving to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the second, it'll be Sullivan, Campbell, and Nelson for Bucks baseball. South Walton home to the Seahawks. And home for the 3rd time this year to showcase series baseball. A couple of times in the summer, once in the fall. Hit to second. Clark's got it, goes to first, gets Garrett, while to third goes Sheffield. One out with a runner at third. Landon Hawkins to the plate. Joshua Peterson on deck. Well, taking a look at sports elsewhere, got obviously a number of finals. In NFL, Falcons beat the Buccaneers 16-13. Bears over the Raiders 30-12. Ravens knock off the Lions 38-6. Giants 14-7 winners over the Commanders. Patriots upsetting the Bills 29-25. Browns edge the Colts 39-38. And a quartet of games in progress. Chiefs 24-17 lead over the Chargers. 6:48 to play in the third. 10:32 to go in the third. Broncos 9-0 over the Packers. 2:31 to play in the third. Seahawks 17-10 over the Cardinals. And with 5:10 to go in the third, Rams 17, Steelers 10. Runner in third, top of the second, one away. In foul territory and almost but not quite on the attempt to catch by Cason Sullivan. Got over there after the long run, but just couldn't bring it in. So back into the box goes Hawkins. Back up onto the bump, Quinn. Strike three on the inside part of the plate. And Quinn will pick up his third strikeout of the ball game. Two gone. Bucks trying to strand Sheffield at third. Peterson with a swing and miss. That is sent towards center field, but it is right to Austin Hendricks. Vision gets a runner, but leaves a runner. We go to the bottom of the second, still scoreless.
That's hit well. Finds the gap, hits, rolls off. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got to. There's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as teams, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just one. That is socked into. Runner takes off. The hit and run lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
And don't forget to follow us, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Those are your assignments. Don't you love this kind of homework because you don't have to do it? I mean, it's not required. It's not mandatory. It is optional. Man, that would be nice when I went to school. Well, it kind of was like that when I went to school. But I didn't do too well as a result. So it's not mandatory, though, but we'd love to have you as a friend, follower, and subscriber. Bottom of the second, Kaysen Sullivan starts it. Randy Campbell, Colton Nelson due up in the inning, too. Swing and a miss. First strikeout of the inning and the second one of the game for Bradley Garrett. As there is one away, and Grady Campbell makes his way to the plate. Top of the third, it'll be the bottom part of the order for Vision. Middlebrooks, Whitney, and Dykes. Well, seeing those last slivers of sunshine as this one is hit to second, fielded by Sheffield, goes to first. Middlebrook, was he able to hang on? He was. 4-3 put out, 2 gone. Colton Nelson coming to the plate. And not coincidentally, the last few slivers of Showcase Series baseball this weekend in South Walton. Vision and Bucks baseball. A little bit inside, too far to Nelson. Nico Landavaso to the on-deck circle. Outside with a pitch to Colton Nelson. Showcase Series baseball. I think this year, wow, that one was a hot shot to Garrett. Ducks to get out of the way into center field. 2 out, Colton Nelson single. And both teams with a base hit in the second. And neither team with a base hit in the first. And Bradley Garrett thanking his maker. Going, wow, that was close. Nico Landavaso with a base runner at first. A little low with the offering. Garrison head to the on-deck circle. And that last week for us happens the first weekend in November, when we go to Pearl River Community College. But of course, JockJive, the home to all kinds of sports. Baseball, football, volleyball, basketball, soccer, softball. And got new stuff coming. We just got through with cross-country championships yesterday, as a matter of fact, in Huntsville, Alabama for the Gulf South Conference. And I think it is in February when we add something new. I've never handled swimming, but we'll handle the South Atlantic Conference Championships in February. Hey, a little bit of everything here. Just this week, I'm trying to think of the name of the organization. Thrown first and able to get back safely is Nelson. It's the ACCA. Is that the Alabama Catholic Community of Athletes? I'm not sure. But anyway, it is related to the Catholics, and it is related to athletes. Aslan Navasso will make his way to first. Couple of base runners on for Garrison Head. And we also handled a symposium at the Aviation Museum in Warner Robins, Georgia this week. So yeah, it is a plethora of stuff that we take care of, even outside of sports. Garrison Head, couple of base runners on, bottom of the second. And with a max of about an hour and 20 left in the day. 30 minutes into the game, got that time limit of 150. And got the outside part of the plate to Garrison Head. Bradley Garrett's pitch a little bit inside. Count even at 2, couple of balls, couple of strikes. Philip Bearden on deck. 8, 9, and 10 to the plate in the third when Vision comes to bat. High and away, 3 and 2. Full count. Here is the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Head goes down, 2 are left on. We've played 2 and we're still scoreless going to the third.
Part of the third. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. As that is a good-looking pitch, got the inside. Swing and miss. Brian Rass.
Top of the third, 8 spot in the order. Sporting Middlebrook starting in provision. Nathan Whitney and Braden Dykes due up in the inning 2. You see a little progression of things. Had no noise in the first. Both teams with a little noise in the second. And let's see if inning number 3 is that a little noisier inning. Middlebrook, Whitney, and Dykes, 8, 9, and 10 in the order. Inside pitch to Middlebrooks. And Bucks baseball only one ahead of Vision. They've had one more runner than Vision has. Vision's had one. Bucks baseball 2. Round to third. Hawkins, it is thrown away. Make that head over at first. And the error will get Middlebrooks on. So head allowing Middlebrooks to get aboard as we lead off the third. Nathan Whitney followed by Braden Dykes. Into the strike zone to Whitney, the game's first error, allowing the inning's first runner. Middlebrooks slight lead over at first, held on there by Sullivan. And that will be poked into left field. Error and a hit, couple of base runners on. And Vision for the first time with simultaneous runners, picking up their second base hit of the game. Braden Dykes making his way to the plate. Did Middlebrook get back? Nope. Got tagged out. Throw down from Campbell. Able to lay the tag on Middlebrook was Rhodes. And he is picked off, and Middlebrooks is suggesting he was safe. But the guy who's got the final say says he's out, and there's one away. Braden Dykes with a single base runner aboard. Sends that one into center field. And my, how Vision would like to have Middlebrooks back on the base path. Back-to-back singles, couple of base runners on. And we're back to the top of the order. Caden Burnett coming to the plate. Sent towards left field, initially stepping back, then up to make the catch is Colton Nelson. Everybody holds, and there's two away. Two outs for Harley Messer. Messer struck out in the first, one of 3 Ks in the game for Caden Quinn. Yahir Burgos moving to the on-deck circle. Bearden, Clark, and Rhodes. When you get to the bottom of the third for Bucks baseball, that will get away from Campbell and allow Whitney to move to third, Dykes to second. Messer the second out of the first inning when he struck out. That is popped up on the infield. Coming over from first to make the catch is Kason Sullivan. And Messer flies out, leaving a couple of runners on. Vision threatens. They stay scoreless. We go to the bottom of the third. Bottom of the order coming up for Bucks baseball.
Most ever to watch a baseball game here. Swing. It is 1-2. There. Eli Snelson in center field. Christian Corona is the right fielder. Go to the bottom part of the inning. Colton Wood has recovered. Bring Hankins, Stevenson, and Brown to the plate. All batting ninth. Christian Mincy is the 10 guy. And first, though. And we're talking about the second innings. Zach Munger. Swing and miss. Brewer. Got a base runner on. Nobody gone. Same on Saturday and 3 again tomorrow. Leading off the third. 2-2 pitch on the outside part where will be the weekend of Mobile as Lambert. Bryce Eddington, a teammate on that Bishop State squad, is due up. Christian Early will hit 9th.
Bottom of the third, Philip Bearden takes the first pitch. He'll send it into left center field and a base runner on as Mason Clark comes to the plate. Well, after a very quiet first, both teams making some noise in the second and third, but thus far we are scoreless. Outside with a pitch to Mason Clark. Top of the order, Landon Rhodes to the on-deck circle. Virgo, Sheffield, and Garrett when you get to the fourth for Vision. And obviously you can look at Harley Messer, and he's using that mitt to shield his eyes. That west setting sun, a little problematic for the shortstop. Got the shades on, but shading the eyes with the mitt too. High offering to Mason Clark. Bottom of the third, 42 minutes into the game. Not quite to the halfway mark. 55 minutes would be halfway there. Or midway through the fourth. One or the other. Clark strikes out. That is K number 4 for Bradley Garrett. And there's one out. We go back to the top of the order. Landon Rhodes steps in. Rhodes flew out behind the plate. He was the first out in the first inning. Austin Hendricks on deck. Here is the 0-2 offering. Rhodes awaits, takes a pitch high and away. Garrett trying to entice him with something relatively close, but not quite there. Popped up and over at second. Sheffield back onto the grass, makes the catch. Roan's out number 2. And there's 2 gone with Austin Hendricks coming to the plate. Rangers and Astros are less than 90 minutes away from starting game 6 of their series. D-backs and Phillies game 6 tomorrow. And if need be, game 7 for the Rangers and Astros tomorrow. That is fouled away by Hendricks. Caden Quinn is on deck. One ball, couple of strikes. Hendricks ground into the 4-3, second out in the first inning. Trying to avoid the third out in the third inning. Three, 4, and 5 to the plate for Vision in the 4th. And that is Burgos, Sheffield, and Garrett. Swing, miss, picked up by Peterson, lobs to first to make sure that Hendricks is out number 3. 1 runner on, but nobody scores. 3 scoreless innings. To the 4th we go. Vision with 3, 4, and 5 heading to the plate.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Gone. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss, that will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing.
Top of the 4th, you hear Burgos starting it off. Creighton, Sheffield, Bradley, Garrett due up in the inning. 2 scoreless game thus far. Well, the one thing that I have not done or called in the, I guess, 3 or 4 years now that we've been doing Showcase Series baseball, and that is a game that has ended in a scoreless tie. We've had games in tied, but not a scoreless tie. So I guess if any of the Bucks or any of the Vision team members want to make some Showcase Series / JockJive history, don't score in the game. And we'll end it tied. Somehow I just don't think that's probably bearing on their minds right now. A couple of teams that want to pick up a W. Not interested in that kind of history. Burgos ground into the 4-3 in the first. He is 0 for 1 in the game. Shot into right field, base hit. That'll be the 4th one of the ball game. And Burgos on with a leadoff single. That is the 3rd consecutive inning that leadoff has gotten aboard for Vision. So getting leadoff on hasn't been the issue. It's been getting leadoff in. And we'll see if this is the inning or if again Quinn can shut down the remainder. Throw to first and safely back goes Burgos. Graydon Sheffield's got one of the 4 Vision base hits, had a single to begin the second. And again, Burgos able to get back safely. That is hit well towards left field to the warning track, and there the catch made by Nelson, forcing Burgos to get back to first. Sheffield with a fly out for out number 1. Well, that was hit about as far as you can hit it without it leaving the park. One out for Bradley Garrett. Showing bunt, and bunt's foul. And that apparently got blue. And he is not feeling particularly well as a result. Looked like he got him somewhere around the knee. He's going to hobble back behind home plate and says he's okay, good to go. Well, the jet from Tahiti has landed. Nick had to work on the tan this morning, so laid out on the beach for a little bit. Hopped on the Lear and finally here. Scoreless ball game, top of the 4th. And that will roll all the way to the screen. It's got Burgos on his way to third. Can he get there? Nope. Got tagged out Knew he had one, trying to make it two. Thrown out by Grady Campbell. And there's two gone. It's not that often that a wild pitch works to your benefit, but it did there. Burgo's trying to get to third and tagged out at bag 3. So Bradley Garrett will step back into the batter's box, but instead of a base runner on and one away, there is nobody on and two gone. Landon Hawkins to the on-deck circle. Garrett ground into a 4-3. He was the first out in the second inning. Landon Hawkins on deck when you get to the bottom of the fourth. Quinn, Sullivan, and Campbell. 3, 4, and 5 in the Bucks baseball order. Fouled off to the first base side. Check swing, he went. Out goes Garrett. Despite the single again, nobody scores. We go to the bottom of the fourth. And Bucks baseball looking for that first run of the game.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Gone. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing.
Bottom of the fourth gets underway. Caden Quinn starts it off. Kason Sullivan and Grady Campbell due up in the inning 2. Quinn a strikeout victim in the first. 0 for 1 in the ball game. And here we are in the bottom of the fifth. Not quite an hour in. A couple of minutes away from hitting the 1 hour mark. And still scoreless. Nary a run on the board. And not many runners to third. Vision got Sheffield to third in the second, got Whitney to third in the third. Bucks haven't had anybody at third. Their closest to home was Colton Nelson to second in the second. Quinn, the last out in the first inning. Drives it in the direction of Garrett. He'll field and try to send a bullet over to first, and that is off its mark, and it has got Quinn on. So Vision commits their first error on the E1. And the numbers fairly similar. You got a couple of base hits for Bucks baseball, 4 for Vision, both teams with an error. And both teams come into the fourth stranding 3, and neither team has scored. So outside of the hits, things look very similar between the two. Quinn able to get back safely at first. Last game of the day, better than halfway through in both real time and baseball time. Midway through the fourth, the halfway point, if we go 7. And 55 minutes, the midpoint, if we go an hour 50. And we're an hour in. Sullivan with a swing and miss. Twice he's been struck out by Garrett. For Garrett, that is K number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the game. And there's one away for Grady Campbell. Campbell ground into the 4-3 put out in the second. He's 0 for 1 in the game. Again, safely back, Quinn. You could see that little bit of a quiver from Quinn. He was kind of vacillating between moving back to first and not, but able to get back safely. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate. That will get over towards the youngsters playing time in from earlier in the day. And a youth travel team out there practicing. They are gone, though. Your 4 NFL games now in the fourth quarter that are still ongoing. And I don't think much has changed. Well, the Steelers do have the lead over the Rams. I don't think they did the last time I checked. Walk given to Campbell, couple of base runners on. And a runner coming in for the catcher Campbell. That will be Sullivan. But otherwise, things the same. Seahawks still with a lead over the Cardinals. Broncos, well, they're now behind to the Packers 17-16. So things have changed a little bit. 2 teams that have the lead don't. 2 teams that did still do. Outside of the strike zone to Colton Nelson. On the inside part of the plate, count goes even. Nico Landavaso moving to the on-deck circle. A little low, a little inside with the pitch. South Walton, home to the Seahawks. Home to Showcase Series baseball. Home to a big tournament coming up in March. There's strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. And there's 2 gone for Nico Landavaso. Landavaso with a walk, his prior plate appearance. That came in the second. Garrison head to the on-deck circle. 6, 7, and 8 to the plate. In the top of the 5th for Vision. That is Hawkins, Peterson, and Middlebrooks. Couple of strikes on Landavaso. Here's the 2-strike Garrett offering. Nearly got Landavaso. Hideaway with a pitch. With the pitch, runners take off. Quinn goes to third. He'll get there safely. Campbell to second. And for the first time in the game, a runner at third for Bucks baseball on the double steal. Landavaso able to fight off the pitch. Keep it at a 2-strike count. .6 p.m. here in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. A little better than an hour into the game, 1:06. Which means you've got in the neighborhood of 44-ish minutes left in your time limit. One of these two teams will go 2-1, the other will go 1-2. So one finishes above the 500 mark, the other below it, unless, of course, it ends in a tie. And then both would be 1-1-1. Outside with a pitch to Landavaso. Bucks baseball stranding 3 coming in. Got a couple of base runners on. Vision is stranded 3. Swing a miss. Landavaso will strike out. And all 3 fourth-inning outs for Bradley Garrett come via the fan. 2 runners on, and they are left aboard. How about 4 scoreless innings? We go to the 5th in a zip-zip contest. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap. We head to the top of the 5th. Landon Hawkins starts at Joshua Peterson Sport Middlebrooks. For Vision, as we get this scoreless game better than halfway through into the top part of the 5th. And there you see the numbers, very, very similar. Well, we are joined by, okay, I'm not going to pick on you. I mean, he works hard. And when he's not here, he is working hard. He's not sitting on the beach in Tahiti or at Sandestin. He's not out fishing. He's not cruising a lake. Nick Singleton, good to have you here. What brings you to these parts? Because I know you're multitasking.
Well, it's always good to jump in here and watch a baseball game with Robert Williamson and then pretend like I know what I'm talking about. You know, the old adage, fake it till you make it. But no, I enjoy coming to this ballpark for sure, and it's not a terrible drive for me to get here. And you're saying working hard, you know, on these weekend tournaments, and you have multiple tournaments going on. Oftentimes you have staff that stays behind and they're remote, where they're watching everything on the JockJive stream or on the Showcase Series live streams through devices. Paying attention, you know, always worrying about rain and trying to be prepared for, well, what happens if it rains here? Where are we going to move these teams, and how are we going to do this? And a lot of people will say it's something similar to what flight traffic control would be. You know, when everything's running smooth and the weather's good and, you know, teams are having a great time and there's good baseball, then all of a sudden you mix in some rain, and that flight traffic control stuff becomes pretty intense really fast. You got everybody waiting on you to make a decision, and you know you want to make the right decision for everybody, and oftentimes that doesn't exist. So you're trying to figure out the better of the evils and go, okay, you know, I know you know, Coach Johnny over there is going to wear me out when this goes out, and you know, you try to explain it. But at the end of the day, you know, what we're trying to do is you know, give these boys an opportunity to have fun on a baseball field, compete, develop, and then you know, move on to the next weekend and the next weekend and so on and so forth, and get ready for, you know, for example, with the fall stuff, we want them to get ready for this upcoming spring season with their high school team. You know, what better way to do it than to come out here and compete against some pretty good competition and have a little bit of fun while you're doing it.
Well, and high school baseball season really isn't that far off. I guess it starts late January, early February. as that's sent into center field by Sport Middlebrook, and then it will roll beyond Austin Hendricks, and that guarantees a Peterson run and a Middlebrooks standing at third. So base hit and an E8. And with a runner at second on the hit, we'll credit Middlebrooks with the RBI. And he takes third on the error. And we are scoreless no more. A 1-zip ball game. Vision on top. As Nathan Whitney comes to the plate. Well, yeah, I was mentioning high school baseball starting in probably, I guess, for most schools, early February. So, yeah, an opportunity to fine-tune. Is it just me that it does look like your crowds are growing, and it looks like the participation is growing? It looks like the tournaments, when you look at fall ball, it didn't seem like you had this many fall ball tournaments last year. Is that accurate perception or just mine?
Yeah, I mean, we tend to, when we put together a good environment, a good experience for these teams, they want to come back. And, you know, there's multiple tournament companies out there that offer experiences. And at the end of the day, you know, maybe the best way to say this is, I know for a fact all of our staff cares about the experience that the people who are coming in are going to have. And I think that's one of the difference makers is, you know, we can't control everything. Something's going to go wrong. We're going to upset somebody. But what we're trying to do is deliver a good experience. And so, for example, a site like here at South Walton, well, our chances are pretty high to deliver a good experience, because if it does rain, play at home.
And Middlebrook will be tagged out. So the put out will go 3-2 on the Whitney shot and get Middlebrooks, who has had a couple of base running miscues. Daddy Middlebrooks probably going to have a conversation with Sport when he gets to the dugout. Well, he's coaching right now. He'll wait,
right.
Maybe on the ride home when you've got a captive audience.
That's right. But no, a lot of preparation goes into everything we do, because, you know, at this point right now, we're scheduling all of our fields and for the 2024 summer. And you know, a lot of these college coaches, because that's our goal, is to get good college sites, to bring in, you know, good competition for these college coaches, to recruit the players, and, you know, find good facilities. And oftentimes it ends up being a turf facility, because turf is, if they have turf, it's likely newer facility, new upgrades. It looks good, the eye appeal, but it also saves your butt when you're having these tournaments and rain. You know, we do live in the South, so it does rain from time to time.
Every now and then.
And, you know, at the end of the day, if we do our job to the best of our abilities, you know, the players are going to have more times than not, they're going to have a good experience. If the players have a good experience, the coaches are going to have a good experience, the families are going to have a good experience, and they're going to come back. And so to your point of, you know, it appears that maybe the tournaments are growing. They are. We're expanding into, you know, towards the Tallahassee area. Next weekend will be our first tournament at TCC Community College, and I've had good conversation with their coaching staff, and you know, we're looking to bring some guys over there that can, you know, be recruitable players and potentially, you know, sign with TCC, you know, at some point between now and well, they can't sign until November, but, you know, potentially sign at some point between now and their, you know, the end of their senior year, and be able to help that program. So there's, you know, there's so many variables that go into why we host tournaments in certain locations, certain regions. You know, for example, we had Mississippi Gulf Coast this last weekend, or this weekend, along with South Walton. Well, Mississippi Gulf Coast is a beautiful facility over there, and we actually had James Gamble live and in person there running that tournament.
Uh-oh.
That's right. We had to
You
put him
went
to
with
work.
the big dogs.
That's right.
That would be the big dogs at the home of the Bulldogs.
That would be correct.
Into right field, base hit for Cade Burnett. It rolls all the way to the fence. Whitney is in. Dykes is coming home. Burnett has kicked it into overdrive, and he will be safe. Ball popped out. If head hangs on, Burdett is out. But, I got to applaud Burdett. It almost reminded me, if I use the football analogy of, a defender reaching from behind trying to pop that football out of the ball carrier's hands. When Burdett slid in to third, it was with the target in mind, the ball in glove, and that foot trying to separate the two, and it worked.
That's a good point. And Robert, being able to put together a quality tournament, it's not just, our staff and the preparation and, picking the right sites and things like that. I mean, all that goes into play, but then, we stick with, certain umpire groups that, have quality umpires that understand how our games flow, how the tournaments flow, are familiar with the teams and the coaches. In this group with Richard Meredith and his guys, Richard, I always joke with Richard and say, hey, we know you're not a big league umpire, but in today's world, even the big league umpires are getting blasted on social media for just being terrible and this, and and you got fans that are giving the umpires a hard time, and at the youth level or the high school level, things like that, it becomes very tough for umpires to deal with this type of environment. But Richard and his group, they're solid umpires. More times than not, they're making the right calls, and they're sociable with the coaches, and they're able to have conversations when a coach gets frustrated about a call, and the coach wants to come talk to them. Well, Richard and the guys, they're very good. They're not quick to pull the trigger and get offended. And, don't come at me. No, they will have the conversation in a casual guy baseball way and explain to him, like, hey, here's what I had. This is what happened. And I've watched his group over the years since he got involved umpiring and stuff, and I love him to death with what he does. He's good at what he does, and he brings in good people to be a part of this. And so there's little things like that people don't pay attention to, that these umpires are accountable. And that's what we're trying to teach the kids and our staff. We want to be accountable. We want the umpires to be accountable. We also want teams and parents and coaches and all those, everybody involved to be accountable.
You mentioned the fact that you're already planning for the summer, and I keep hearing these rumors of a added venue, a new venue. I mean, are we free to talk about the new potential spot, that you might be bringing, or is that still kind of in conversations with the powers that be?
Well, we're always looking to bring in new venues, and expand, and then as we do that, we're going to bring in new venue coverage from JockJive Sports Network, because you guys do a fantastic job covering these games, and these boys can get so much out of it, not only, as a keepsake to be able to watch themselves on, an ESPN-style camera view and commentary and things like that. It's great for them to be able to watch themselves, but they can use that video to study what they're doing, to make adjustments based on, I thought I was doing this, but now I'm watching the game. It's like watching, film on Sundays after a football game. You're in the locker room watching film on yourself going, I would have swore up and down I wasn't doing that, and now I'm seeing it on film. It's true.
Right.
But they can use it for that. They can also use it for recruiting videos. So, we appreciate all the events that you're able to cover. And you're going to get that? Oh.
Well, it was down below me, so I couldn't see for sure. But then I saw this baseball hop past my window. So pretty clear sign he was not able to get to it. And the at-bat will continue for Burgos. So you kind of side-skirted. Of course, you may not know the venue I'm talking about, but I want to think you and I had talked, and like a couple of years ago LSU was added, last year Texas A&M, and I know that there was talks with the possibility of another kind of big venue.
Well, I can tell you this, I grew up in central Alabama, and everybody in Alabama knows, for the most part, on on the football side of things, you're either an Alabama or an Auburn fan. And you know, we know some of the coaching staff at Alabama. We know some of the coaching staff at Auburn, and those are two that have always been in our sights to host. You know, because not only are they magnificent facilities, but I would imagine pretty much everybody in the state of Alabama would like to go play at one of those facilities.
So still looking there. Not quite sure yet, but talking.
That's right. And we're also, you know, one of our staff members, Daniel Ballard. I don't know if you've seen him lately, but
I heard he was out chasing snakes or something. I don't know.
I heard that too. But you know, we're hoping to be able to add another one here in the Panhandle this summer and potentially sneak in and host a tournament at Florida State while we're also doing something at Tallahassee Community College. So, you know, as we get these facilities, you know, it's the same thing that LSU would tell us, or Texas A&M is, hey, you know, if you're going to utilize our field, I want you to bring, you know, and they will tell us what age groups that they're recruiting, and these are the teams we want you to play out here. You know, you can only play X amount of games on the field, but we want to see this, we want to see that. And so we go back on our end and we're like, okay, they told us this is what they want to see. We got to, you know, give them what they want. And oftentimes that doesn't match up with what all the teams want. But at the end of the day, you know, when you're trying to make everybody happy, it's impossible. But we do want to provide a good experience for those that we can control those outcomes. Meaning, you know, we can put teams on a field that the college coach wants to see, because what's going to come out of that is there's going to be players on that team that they were interested in recruiting. Hopefully, each time we have a game there's somebody on one of those teams that the coach likes. Not just for them to say, hey, bring your tournament back out here next year. No, for the kid that dreams of playing at LSU or Texas A&M.
Got another base hit, got another run. Messer comes in. Burgos not far behind. There is a collision to the plate. And because of that collision, Burgos is going to be tossed from the ball game. And they're going to look at, apparently he's okay, the catcher, Grady Campbell. Now, does that mean, since it's good that we got you here at the box, does that mean that the run counts or does not count on the ejection?
Ooh, I wasn't paying attention.
It's an out.
Did he put it down or did he? Okay.
So you got, let's see, that would be out number 3. So I'm assuming then that if it is out number 3, then obviously the run doesn't count, and it is a 5-zip game. So Burgos out number 3. And we will go to the bottom part of the 5th in a 5-zip game. Hang around, you're going to hang around. I mean, have we convinced your people to allow you to hang around for the bottom of the 5th? Okay. Sure. Nick's going to hang around. We'll be back with him right after this.
That's hit well. Finds the gap, hits, rolls off. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got there's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as teams, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just 1. That is socked into. Runner takes off. The hit and run lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
Well, a game that looked like it was zipping along at a pretty good pace slowed down in the top part of the fifth, and that was allow a total of 5 runs to plate for Vision. They will send 9 to the plate. Everybody got an opportunity in the fifth at the plate with the exception of the pitcher, Bradley Garrett. And Vision scoring 5, making it a 5-zip ball game as we head to the bottom part of the inning. Bucks baseball sending Head, Bearden, and Clark. That's the 8, 9, and 10 hitters in the order to the plate. All right, for those who want to go online and find out information that is current, up to date, the latest, where can they go?
So they can go visit showcaseseries.org, or they can check out our Showcase Series app, and they can already view all of our posted 2024 summer events, which we'll continue to add throughout the fall and potentially, early spring, those types of things. Because like you said, with, if we were able to get something like the University of Alabama or Auburn, we would love to build around that tournament and make it a very good event. And, hopefully we could twist JockJive's arm. If you got any contacts there, we could maybe get them out.
Yeah, my contacts, they are few and far between, as this has popped up to left field, and a little problem picking it up for Cade Burdett, and on is Garrison Head. So a base runner aboard. Nobody gone. Bottom of the fifth, Philip Bearden coming to the plate. And I think lost that. I don't think it was in the lights. Probably lost it in the dark. It went so high. And then when it came back into the lights, not enough time to get underneath for Cade Burdett. So a base runner aboard, bottom of the fifth. Bucks baseball trying to respond to the 5 runs that plated in the top part of the inning. Talking with Nick Singleton. Give me your, because you've got so many job descriptions. When you introduce yourself, you're officially what? I mean, what is the job title? Because I know you're working with Global Scouting Bureau, you're working with Showcase Series, you work with United Baseball.
Sure.
So who is Nick Singleton?
My official title would be Regional Director of Global Scouting Bureau. And again, yes, like you said, I wear a lot of hats because if I'm out here at a tournament, I'm trying to help a lot of these high school age teams get connected. I'm trying to coordinate and get connected with the college coaches if their ability level is at that level that the coaches are looking for. And I want to be able to streamline that process, talk to the players, talk to the coach. Like, hey, coach, I really like your player. I was talking to XYZ College the other day, and they said they're looking for a guy like that. I'd love to be able to, help line you guys up for that. And then strike 3 right there.
So Bearden out number 1 here in the bottom of the fifth. And Garrison Head still your runner at first. You mentioned the level of athleticism. Is any baseball player, you've got a spot for any player.
For the large majority. At the end of the day, everybody says this word exposure. Oh, we want to get exposure. We want to get exposure. What a lot of people don't realize is there's also a word called being exposed. And if you're not prepared, if you're not at a certain level to where you can come out here and compete consistently, it actually has the opposite effect for you. Meaning, psychologically for a kid that's maybe a little bit underdeveloped, a young guy that, still needs a little bit more time of development, you put him in the wrong situation and it can crush his confidence. In a team environment, everybody tries to rally around players, and you don't want to have weak links, so to speak, in your lineup. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of baseball players. We're in the South. There's a lot of good, talented baseball players. So, when you have these tournaments, we as a company, we'll talk to our schedulers, and we try to do our best to have conversations with the coaches of these teams a lot of the teams we know, the coaches, we know a lot of their players. But some teams come in that we don't know much about, and we want to have that conversation with the coach and say, hey, what caliber do you have? Because we can relay that message to our scheduling team in advance and hopefully match up teams to where they're somewhat equally talented. So everybody gets something out of it, where it's not a 15-0 game and the game's over after 3 or 4 innings. Nobody gets anything out of that. The team that won, yeah, they had fun, but they likely didn't get any better because the team they were playing wasn't ready to play that caliber. So we try to match the teams up based on their caliber to give a lower scoring, more competitive, intense game, and the kids learn things from that. They get better, they develop, and you continue to evolve with your competitive nature as an athlete.
Spring training, by the way, is it going to happen in Southwest Mississippi again?
Absolutely. Yep.
And Colin?
Correct.
Now, the banquet, or which in essence is the dialogue from coaches and experts, is it going to happen in Southwest or Colin?
I believe we're gonna do it at Colin this year, simply because Robert Williamson told me that he's got the inside man at Colin with all the video stuff. So
that's scary that you're relying on me, man. But yeah, I'll try to pull out the lone contact I've got in the world of junior college athletics.
What's funny about that is, for example, with Southwest, we want to use their auditorium and bring all of our families in, the players and stuff, so they can sit down and listen to us run our mouths. But we reached out at the end of the summer about it. Would you believe that auditorium is booked from right now
Wow.
all the way until the end of next summer?
Wow.
They have all kinds of whether it's a beauty pageant show, or they have all kinds of things that they host over there. And you're going, wait, this is Summit, Mississippi. Looks like that's the end of the game there.
Well, you took us to the end, man. So Summit, Mississippi, where is it going to happen? It'll happen from the standpoint of spring training, of course, the banquet part will go to Colin, and that will happen in, late May, early June? Typically late May.
That's right. Memorial Day weekend.
And you did it. I'm impressed. It's been a long day for me and Daniel, and had we known you were going to bring us to the end of the game, we might have called you in earlier. But good to talk with you, though, and I'm sure we will talk again. You're going to be at Pearl River in a couple of weeks?
Sure. Always a pleasure. We'll see. We'll have to see.
All right. Well, if you are, we'll talk then. Let me give a rundown as to what happened before we wrap up coverage. In this one, a total of 8 hits and 5 runs for Vision. They will leave 4 stranded and got all their runs in the 5th. And for Bucks baseball, scoreless with a pair of hits and 3 errors, and they will leave 6 on. So the day is done. Thanks for watching. Baseball, of course, coming your way next weekend in various locations with the Showcase Series. We will be back the first week in November at Pearl River. For all the gang, James Campbell, Nick Singleton, Daniel Ballard, Jerry Martinez, all the folks that work with Showcase Series and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody.